when the night's getting cold, you're needing a shoulder, puff out your chest and be a little bolder. All we do is we buy and hold. There will be shills who wanna steal your thrills. There will be friends who hold till the end. There will be doubt, fear and cloud, but it's all in your head. Those hedgies are dead. Panic and fear really are near, but it's not ours to own. We have shown that all we do is buy and hold. Oh, there will be shills who wanna steal your thrills, and there will be friends who hold till the end, and there will be doubt, fear and cloud, but it's all in your head. Those hedgies are dead. So when the night's getting colder, you're needing that shoulder, these apes got your back, we got each other. All we do is we buy and hold.
T-minus 90 seconds and counting. All systems are go. We're about 90 seconds from the launch of Space Shuttle Discovery.
Go for launch, GC. Go, guidance, go. Fido, go. Bravo, go. GC, go. Max, go. Eagle, go. Eco, go. Defeo, go. Payloads, go. Scan for the customer, go. DPS, we're go. Eco, go. Booster, go. Surgeon, go. PRS, go. Okay. And let's see, we'll wait on GNC.
T-minus 60 seconds and counting. We are transferring to orbiter internal power at this time. Discovery is now running off its 3 onboard fuel cells. Coming up on a go for auto sequence start.
AMC, I hear you loud and clear. 5 bytes. Tell me. Have you loud and clear as well? Thanks, sir.
Okay, let's go for auto sequence start.
And we have a go for auto sequence start. Discovery's onboard computers have primary control of all the vehicle's critical functions. T-minus 17 seconds and counting. 15, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, start, 2, 1, booster ignition, and liftoff of the Space Shuttle Discovery, returning to the space station, paving the way for future missions beyond.
Solid rocket booster separation confirmed. Guidance now converging. Discovery's onboard computers commanding the main engine nozzles to swivel, aiming the shuttle for its precise target in space for main engine cutoff.
Should have a good forward leg now at S10. Okay, you sound good.
Discovery Houston, negative return.
Copy, a negative return.
How can it be permissible? She compromised my principle. Yeah, yeah. That kind of love is mythical. She's anything but typical. She's a crazy, you to know it. She's a powerful force. You to blast to conform when there's no other course. She used to look good to me, but now I find her simply irresistible. Simply irresistible. Her loving is so powerful. It's simply unavoidable. Whoa, whoa. The trend is irreversible. The woman is invincible. She's a natural alone, and she leaves me alone. She deserves the applause. I surrender because she used to look good to me, but now I find her simply irresistible. Simply irresistible. Simply irresistible. She's so fine, there's no telling where the money went. Simply irresistible. She's all mine, there's no other way to go. She's unavoidable, I'm backed against the wall. She gives me feelings that I've never felt before. I'm breaking promises, she's breaking every law. She used to look good to me, now I find her simply irresistible. There's no telling where the money went. Simply irresistible. There's no other way to go. Her methods are inscrutable. The proof is irrefutable. Ooh, she's so completely kissable. Our lives are indivisible. Yeah, yeah. She's a crazy, you to know it. She's a powerful force. You're a blast to the phone when there's no other chord. Well, she used to look good to me, but now I find her simply irresistible. There's no telling where the money went. Simply irresistible. There's no other way to go. Simply irresistible. There's no telling where the money went. Simply irresistible. There's no other way to go. Simply irresistible.
Good morning, you filthy apes. Welcome to AMC with KC, where we buy, we hold, and we screw those hedgies. Screw 'em! That's right. This is where we like to fling poo and eat crowns for breakfast. Rock strong. Guys, good morning to you. I'm sorry I'm late. Today was a total sleep over past the time I was supposed to sleep. Me and Hunter were up last night till like 2 a.m. debating holes. it was it was something else. I had family over this weekend, guys. I wanted to do a lot of research on things like, the GME filing. There were other things that I wanted to research as well in relationship to some of the things that I did tweet out this weekend, but I did not have time to, unfortunately, I didn't have time to do that because I had family over. And I want to remind you guys that today is the 2-week anniversary of Bruno's problem on his backside where he was licking it. So I've got to take him back into the vet today. I have a follow-up appointment for him at 9:30 this morning. So I unfortunately just overslept today. And but you guys are going to do just fine without me being here right on time. So I apologize for that, but it is 7:02. We just had our Poke Stick of volume. We had about 850,000 shares traded through that minute. Let's take a look real quick here and see exactly how many shares were in the minute. We had 548,000 shares, which means we had about 300,000 shares already going into our Poke Stick of volume. What does that mean for the day? That's a little bit less than 100,000, 1 million shares going through the market. So I'm going to guesstimate that we're probably going to be seeing somewhere right around, let's go with, because about 1 million shares in the pre-market would be about 100 million shares in total. So I'm going to guesstimate somewhere between like 80 to 100 million shares traded today. Drastically lowering my number here. Let's see, 80, 100 million. All right, cool. I've got that in for prediction already. I'm cleaning my glasses as I speak so we can get this going here. Give me 1 second. Glasses are clean. I know it's 7 o'clock. We'll take a quick look here at all of our numbers. See what we got going on for the day today. Apex says, congrats on sleeping in. Thanks, Matt. Oh, man. Yep. So, Stock was saying, yep, I called it. He forgot his alarm clock. So the alarm clock didn't get forgotten. I actually woke up to it and did the same thing I normally do, which is where I turn it off and I just kind of lay there for a minute and go like, okay, time to get up. Right? And you just kind of talk yourself out of bed. But my talking turned into apparently must have turned into like an hour long talking, because next thing I know, I looked over at my clock again to see what time it was, and it was 6:32 or something like that. I was like, oh crap. That was not 2 minutes extra of sleeping after my alarm clock went off. That's an hour. So apparently I needed it. And but yeah, I had a great time with family this weekend that was from out of town, and had not seen my aunt in, I guess, since Melissa and I got married. So it's been many years since we saw her. I guess 2016. So it was a really good chance to see her. We had a great time. I made her carnitas while she was here. We had a great time. We had a lot of talking and reminiscing. It was fun. But I put the title up for the day today, guys, that family should be first. I want you to remember that through this entire process, your mental health is probably one of the most important things. We're dealing with extreme mental attacks on a daily basis in holding of this stock. And if things aren't right in your household, if you don't have, if family isn't coming first, then those are going to be added stresses to that mental health. So please make sure that you're, the reason I tell you every single day at the end of a day, eat, sleep, drink, spend time with your family, spend time with your friends. These are important things to do because there's more to life than just this stock. And you have to keep that mental health up because it is a very strong battle that we're up against here, because a lot of people start focusing on maybe some of the things that may not be as important with specifically this stock. And it becomes like the thing that just kind of takes over, and it shouldn't. So family first. It is very, very important for your health. Let's take a look and see what we got going on here with our numbers. I'm going to take you guys over the other screen here, and we'll take a look and see what's happening. Price prediction tally points from last week. We closed out at 440.
I don't. So Apex didn't get a point because he had 449 to 549. But I think everybody else gets a point. I don't think anybody nailed the price prediction. Let me just make sure and verify that real fast here. We should have had, I think we had a 50 cent. Yeah, we had a 50 cent range on either side. So in order to have gotten it, you would have had to have guessed 390 would have been the correct number to guess. Nobody had a unique price prediction. Twisty or Tech was, I think, the closest to getting the price prediction right. He had 393 to 493, so he was off by 3 pennies. Twisty had 386 to 486, so he was off by about 4 pennies. But nobody nailed the price prediction, so point for everyone but Apex. Sorry, Apex. Not trying to single you out. I already said it once. Don't need to say it again. So let's see here. Let me add in the points. No extra bonus points are needed for the week, as there was a clear winner. Yes! I took out the week. Rigged! Here it comes. The rigs always come after that. I know it. Let's see. Moving on from there. Let's see. What do we have for short exempt volume from Friday? Remember, SSR was on for Friday, so there was more than likely more volume than you might expect than there should be in short exempt volume. There's 2.355 million. Utilization is going to be down. We actually have utilization sitting at 74.25. And we'll talk about why that is. 74.25. We were down 5.17% on Friday. Max pain for this week. When we ended out the week last week, I think max pain was I don't know. I'd have to go back. I feel like it was $4. It might have been $4.50 for this week. Let's check and see what it is now. Max pain at $4.50. And I'm just going to go out to the 21st of June and check each max pain here. So this week is $4.50. Next week is currently at $4. 6.7 is at $4. 6.14 is $4, and 6.21 is $4. So this week and next week are $4.50 still. Then GME's max pain for the day today is coming in. It was 22 for last week. This week is currently at 20. Next week of ending 5/31 is 20. 6.7 is 20. 6.7 just reported late there. It was actually 17. Sorry. 6.14 is 20. And 6.21 is 18. A little bit of fluctuation there going on. Shares available to be borrowed. Let's give that a quick refresh and see where we're at here. On Friday, at some point or another, towards the end of the day, there was quite a few shares that were borrowed. I'm pretty sure we documented that. In total, there was about 2.85 million shares borrowed by the end of the day. You can see here, specifically on the 20th this morning, at like midnight 12:30 and midnight 30. At 30 minutes after the hour of the new date this morning, they did borrow approximately 265,000 shares. I would just round that to 250. I'd probably round down on that. 250,000 shares borrowed. There were quite a few shares returned by 1 o'clock or 1:15, up to 1.1 million, and then an additional 400,000 shares were borrowed. So we'll go with 650,000 shares borrowed so far this morning. 2.85 last Friday. Fees are still pretty high up there. They did drop, though. Last week they were at about 11.52 and dropped down to about 5.64 right now, according to IBKR. the total amount of volume traded through off exchanges on Friday. On a normal day, I would expect to see somewhere right around 64% by the end of the day. Off exchange had 55.01% going through off exchange, and EGX was 11.82, or 66.83% of our volume went through off exchanges, which is a little bit on the high side by about 2.83%. Not a whole lot, but we probably would have been doing a little bit better in price had it not been for some of that volume going through those exchanges. CHX volume was 14,756 shares. GME CHX volume for the day today is coming in at on Friday at 34,202 shares. That is over that 30K number that I feel is a big number. Taking a look at, oops, that's the wrong thing. What did I just hit? Let's see here. Institutional ownership. There we go. Institutional ownership being reported yesterday, or on Friday, it was 85,387,000 shares being reported. Today it's showing up as 85.387, so no change. I'm going to take you guys over to the other screen here, and we'll take a in-depth look at options for AMC and GME, just so we have like a record of what's going on with those options right after I move a couple screens around. All right. These are the numbers from last week that you're seeing on the screen right now. I'm not going to, or at least the updated numbers from the last hour when I do the numbers the very last hour of the day. We kind of scrolled through those already once, so I'm not going to do it again here, but let's just take a look at where we're at in open interest this week and see where that stands. All right, so closest to our current strike, the highest amount of call volume, and there might be a number in here that's a little bit higher, but I'm just going to go with the number that's closest to our current call strike, which is going to be $6. So highest amount of open interest starting out this week, and that's down $2 from $8 last week was where our highest amount of open interest was. So $6, we have 32.8 thousand contracts. And on puts, the highest number closest to our strike is going to be at a $3.50 strike. That's up from $3 last week. There's currently 20,000 contracts. So open interest is kind of narrowing down a little bit here on where perhaps maybe price is going to close out. There's about a $2.50 spread between the numbers. Figure the middle ground is $1.25 up from $3.50. So we're looking at like $4.75 is what market is kind of targeting as a potential maybe price close by the end of the week, at least based off of this current open interest that's here. I'm going to scroll down the page here, and we'll just take a look at what there is in orders going into next week, just for record keeping purposes. So we see what's going on, and then we'll take a look at GMEs. In regards to open interest for where GME's price is at and where the highest amount of call and put volume is, in contrast, the highest amount of call volume right now is in the money. That's closest to the current strike price is already in the money at $20. There's 9,738 contracts at 20. It's very unusual for me to call an in the money, the highest amount of open interest as an in the money call position, but that's what it looks like. It's saying 20. It's targeting 20. The highest amount of put positions that are open and open interest closest to the strike or the price where it's currently trading, the strike price is currently 20 as well. So it really kind of looks like the market's really keying in on a $20 close by the end of the week on GME. And I think we said the max pain was 20. Hold on a second here. Let me go back and look. Where did it go? Max pain for GME for this week is 20. So lo and behold, kind of makes a little bit of sense. Let me scroll down through the rest of this and just for record-keeping purposes. There are quite a lot of contracts on this page here at different strikes, going all the way up to, I believe, 100. Should be about 100. I was going to say 120, but it's actually up to 128. And then we'll also take a look at next week's as well. All right, that was for documentation purposes. Done with that, we'll move on. Next is Ortex. Let's talk about why our utilization is dropping and also the estimated short share interest of the free float as well. There were some more shares that were returned. We had 7.88 million shares returned on Thursday, reported on Friday. And it looks like there's going to be some more shares that were returned as well. But the good news is because I know there's going to be a lot of people that are going like, oh, they're closing positions. And there is closing of some positions now being seen. That's always going to happen on a rise up and a rise and a drop down in price. It's never not going to be the case. So we're seeing utilization drop from 80.51% down to 74.25. The on loan amount is dipping a little bit here. So the question really becomes is like, how much is our utilization dropping in contrast to where the on loan amount used to be at this level? So if I went back to here and looked at utilization kind of like in the same time frame on the amount of shares that were there, we had about an 85% utilization during that period of time. So utilization's really dropped by about 10% in contrast to where it used to be at the same on loan amount prior to the run up in price. A 10% drop in utilization when you're borrowing basically about 100 million shares would be roughly about 10 million shares being returned, right? So if 100 million shares and you wanted to know what would 10% of 100 million shares being returned look like, it would be 10 million. And I'm going to actually show you here that that's about what's been returned. Because at the height of the price movement, we had on loan amount at 99.1 million shares, basically 100, and it's dropped down to 88.78. So it's just a little bit more than 10%, just a tad bit more. So it dropped from, let me just write this number down here. Let's see, we went from 88.78, so we're looking at 1.17. 1.07. 1.07 million shares having been returned on Friday. Which is really not all that many. Majority of our big return was on Thursday, or what was reported on Friday. Estimated short share interest of the free float is dropping as a result from 14.92 to 14.82. So we're looking at a 0.1 decrease in estimated short share interest of the free float. We know that there's about 368.09 million shares in existence, outstanding, which means that of that 1.07 million shares that were returned, about 368,000 of that was in short interest, which is about what Ortex usually estimates. About a third of all the volume that's occurring is usually short interest. On loan average age per day. They only returned 1 million shares. I would expect those to probably be newer positions than older. So I would expect this number to be driving up. It didn't. It dropped quite a bit. It went from 53.12 days on average, down to 44.75. That means they returned a lot of old positions. That's what that's going to tell you right there. Many, many old positions were closed out in that particular case because it was only 1 million shares. Security lending volume drove upwards from 18.53 to 25.07 million. I do want to stress to you guys that it is important to note that when short interest is closing, that is a positive thing. It is not a negative thing. You want to see short interest closing. That means somebody's scared about where price movement's going to be moving to in the future. Utilization for GME from Friday actually rose from 85.29 to 86.23%. The on-loan amount increased from 81.87 million shares to 84.39. Estimated short share interest of the free float rose from 23.58 to 23.8. And the on-loan average age per day dipped from 74.58 million days to 70.42. Security lending volume falling from 37.22 million to 21.09. That's a lot of security lending volume, by the way, considering the fact that the outstanding shares that they used to. I feel like GME before the run up in price was probably trading somewhere right around on average, like maybe somewhere between 3 and 5 million shares a day, and their security lending volume is right now at 25 million shares being traded in a single day. That's quite high. SSR trigger price for the day today, and SSR is not on for the day today. For AMC, would trigger at $3.96. For GME, it would be at $19.99. SSR is saying that it's on for today. I would have to go back to Friday's price movement to check and see if SSR did trip during the day trading on GME, but I don't recall, so it's possible. So it was down 19.73%, so it's very, very possible. Taking a look at in the money and out of the money calls, we have 181.7 thousand contracts out of the money on calls on AMC. 24.6 thousand contracts are in the money. 84.4 thousand contracts are out of the money on the puts versus 41.3 thousand contracts that are in the money. We've had more than 3 days in a row of millions of short exempt volume here. We're now currently on 5 days in a row of over 2 million shares or more in short exempt volume, which is just absolutely massive. Anything over 300,000 is a lot. On GME, there's currently 109,000 contracts out of the money on the calls. Let me just refresh. Okay. 43.2 thousand contracts are in the money. 87.9 thousand contracts are out of the money on the puts versus 26,000 contracts that are in the money. And then also I just want to throw this up over here as well. Over 1 million shares in short exempt volume for the last 5 trading days on GME. Big, big numbers. That's nearly a third of all their volume from their average 3-month volume trading. Taking a look at MMRI, when we closed out the week last week, it was 286.74. It's now currently at 288.27. The spread between the 2-year and 10-year bond rates. When we started out the week last week, it was 0.363. When we ended the week, no, I'm sorry. Yeah, that's right. It was 0.363. When we ended the week, it was 0.405. So we did see a bit of a separation between the 2-year and 10-year bond rates in the direction of being inverse. Morning, hon. And it's currently at 0.4. VIX numbers. VIX futures are suggesting it should be somewhere right around 1353 for an open, and overnight it's suggesting the VIX dropped, which means the market should be up. The VIX closed at 1199. A future of 1353 would actually be a jump up in the VIX, so we may see the markets taking a bit of a tumble at market open. As of right now, they might be showing up, though. They should be showing up. Anywhere between 0.1 and 0.27. Of the Mag 7 this morning, 2 out of the 7 are currently down. 5 out of the 7 are up, green. Financial institutions that have changed more than 2.5% since last Friday's closing in the pre-market will get a shout out. I believe anything higher than that would be exceptional movement for pre-market move, and I do not anticipate to see any this morning. There's not. Boy, what a wild ride on gold and silver over the weekend. It doesn't look like it right now, but if I scroll out a little bit, we might see it. On gold right now, it's currently up 0.11, but trending down. If we look over the weekend, there was a big spike over the weekend in gold price. It is now currently dropping. Silver down 0.63%, also trending down. Looks like we got a little bit of a head and shoulder kind of going on here. Actually, this is not just a head and shoulder. We have seen this so many times in the past. A exploding kitten followed by a head and shoulders that leads to price movement that will lead back down to about where it was going into this price move here. So we should be seeing silver dropping back under 30. 30 is kind of a significant number that silver broke over this last week, that a lot of people are expecting to see silver kind of exploding here. I would say from this pattern here, that's not necessarily going to be the case. I think we're going to drop back below 30 again. There appears to be a setup here. Oh, good morning. What's wrong? Oh.
These stupid things don't open like this.
Yeah, those are lame. I hate those.
Morning, I love you.
Morning. She just opened up a bag. One of those you know how some bags come with like built-in Ziploc seals on them? We got crumble bacon bits from Costco, and they have a new bag for them now. She went to go open it, and it ripped open below the Ziploc part. I hate that so much. It's so annoying. Let me take a picture here of this real quick here and show you what it is I'm talking about. We've seen this many times before, where you got your exploding kitten over here. Here he is over here. Little whiskers. There's our exploding kitten. Price explodes upwards and then moves into a head and shoulder type pattern, and then falls back down to at least the price movement just before the exploding kitten. Seen this so many times. This pattern just has consistently played out the same way. You can see for quite a while, at least from the 15th going into the 17th, for about 2 days, there was about a lot of consolidation occurring right around 29.5 for silver. So it does appear, as it stands right now, that if this pattern plays out the way it normally does, that this is going to be driving back down to that price point, and perhaps maybe even lower. Oh, does gold have it? I wonder if gold has this. Gold's looking like it's got it going on too. Although I do not see the head and shoulders. Here's the exploding kitten right here. I don't see the head and shoulders on this as well as I do silver. Yeah, it's not. I don't see it quite the same. I was just curious. Ethereum Classic is currently, what is it doing? It's currently trending down. Over a longer period of time, I'd say that this is kind of consolidating right now. US dollar is currently up 0.12 and trending up. Usually when the US dollar is up, the market is down. SPY is currently up 0.14 in the pre-market this morning, and we are seeing a pretty steady increase. Finding a top this morning around 5:30. Let's take a look at the daily volume on this as it's moving. And you can see here that volume over the last couple days has been moving up a little bit. Not a whole lot. One of those days of those last 4 days of trading appears to be a down day, which would have been here, which would have been the 16th or Thursday. I mean, but the thing is that the volume on these are so low. So price moved from, I don't know, 520 up to around 530. So $10 in price movement upwards, but you've got volume trading at around 57 million shares. That should be like 80 million easy. So it's still on low volume. Tesla's up 0.45. Let me go back to 1 minute chart here. Tesla's up 0.45. Was rising in the pre-market this morning. Looks like it's made a little bit of a reversal into a downtrend. Amazon is up 0.3. Also was trending upwards and appears to be making a reversal since the banks opened up and started lending again. Cinemark is down 1 point. Actually, yeah, it is down 1.87 off of 22 shares this morning. So it looks like it's gapping down. I don't know if it's going to continue to trade at this lower price, but it did gap down a little bit here from a 1760 close to we're at 1735 right now. This is making it look much worse than it actually is. If I were to pull back out on this a little bit here, I don't think it would look too. Yeah, it doesn't really look all that exceptionally terrible. Might just be a little bit of pre-market price movement that may correct itself. Already has some of it. Doge is currently up 0.25, also consolidating on a big picture, a bigger picture than just current move. Bitcoin is down 0.48, sorry, up 0.48, and is also, I'm going to call it consolidation on this one as well. GME is up 0.14, 1 million shares traded so far this morning. I've got a level of support drawn in here from a bottom that it saw around 1970 on Friday, and price does seem to be supporting the idea that this is a strong level of support that's moving up here, and we may see a retest of 2297 and maybe some consolidation with a potential breakout on this. Now, oftentimes when you see something, a pattern like this, usually this is what's known as a bullish triangle, but in this particular case, I don't think that's going to be what ends up happening. I think it'll actually break probably the other direction and come back down on this and maybe retest something like 22, which is, or maybe even something a little bit lower than that, maybe 21.47, 21 and a half. Man, that bacon smells so good. HYMC is up 3.62% in the pre-market this morning and trending up. NCMI is down 1.4%. Actually, is not yet traded. Hood is down 0.8. I don't know, for whatever reason this morning, suddenly started trading down and then consolidating a little bit. AMC is down 0.34 and consolidating. I just want to zoom out here on this just a tad bit here because you can see that on a 30-minute time interval, I had drawn out a wedge that I felt that there was going to be a breakout inside of this box. And it was really funny because we had some shares that started to trade outside the box, and we started to see it, what appeared like it to be ripping upwards here. May not be the case now. Obviously, there was only a few shares that were traded at some of these higher prices from the past, and then price movement just kind of traded out through the top side of this wedge here, but didn't really move significantly, unless you want to count this spot right here. But I would suspect that this would move a little bit more significant than that. What I will probably end up doing here is using some of these tops right here as a potential point of reference, as level resistance, and there's a chance maybe we just see the breakout occurring at market open. Up or down would be difficult for me to say. I feel like price is falling and volume is dropping, If price is falling and volume is dropping, then it should be a breakout to the top side because that's bullish price movement. The trend channel on this, come on, is now pointing. Last week on Friday it was pointing towards the top. Now it's pointing towards the bottom as I readjust my wedge here, and so now that would kind of suggest to me that we may see a breakout going north on price. Inflow versus outflow on Friday. We had approximately $7.7 million more inflow than outflow. So far this morning, we've traded 1.36 million shares on AMC. On a 4-hour time interval, there's currently more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 45.47, which is just slightly below average. On a 1-hour time interval, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 42.64, which is below average. On a 30-minute time interval, equal amounts of buying and selling pressure with an RSI of 43.92, which is slightly below average. And on a 5-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 48.21. Which is pretty much average. Ichimoto. I know that's not what it's called, but let's take a look at it. We have lagging line below price line. Conversion is above base after price movement in the aftermarket hours on Friday. We have a unique setup going on here where if price were to suddenly rise back up to this point of contact here, this is basically all the volume that's occurred since the last 2 trading days, both pre-market and aftermarket hours. If price were to rise back up to that point, actually it would have to be a little bit higher. It would probably have to be somewhere, it would be in the cloud. It depends on what point of the day it is. If it's in the later portion of the day-to-day, price would only really have to rise up above $5 to start a buy signal. There's not really a whole lot of room. By the end of the day, we'll actually probably be right at the cloud if we were to see something like a $5 amount. And if that's going to happen, we'll probably see a little bit of a stall out in price. But you can see here that our cloud is starting to thin in the future. I'm not expecting a breakout today. I think that while there is an early portion of the day, a period of time where if price were to rise above $5, there could be some additional buying pressure that might kick in. But the top of the cloud, which is probably where we really would end up having to move to get the big buy pressure signal, would be about $8 and I'm just going to say 35 cents. $8.35 on a 4-hour chart. What I would expect to see happen, in my opinion, is a thinning out of this red cloud going into Wednesday, and price staying just underneath that up until Wednesday, and then seeing price spiking back up temporarily. But remembering that max pain is at 450, so even if we did have a spike up in price, it would probably come back down pretty quickly before the week was over. On a 4-hour time interval, there's currently prices below conversion and base, conversions below base. Those aren't good signs. Lagging line is above price line, which is a good sign, but I think we're going to be trading right through this wall here, which is a green wall. I think we'll trade through that, and again, the thesis on a Wednesday, perhaps an attempt for price to move up towards a thinning portion of red cloud. Wednesday would probably be the earliest we would see that happening. Maybe Tuesday. We got to get through this wall first, so for sure, probably not today. Today, this wall goes anywhere from like 330 up to about $8. So, and I'm almost can guarantee that we're going to be trading somewhere in that range, which isn't hard to imagine, right? Like it's totally easy to imagine. Max pain being 450 by the end of the week. Can we break through this, and will we see added buying pressure that may start to occur? It really depends on how long it's going to take for us to get this lagging line back through price line. So this is today or Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, maybe by Thursday we could see price lagging line at current price levels breaking the price line. Base is going to have to come down quite a bit, and then conversion is going to have to start moving up through base in the futures by like Wednesday. So we should start to see base starting to trend downwards. If price can get through this wall here and move up, then that'll cause the conversion to start heading up, and you'll see a little bit of something along the lines of price kind of moving through here, conversion line perhaps trending through as well. Baseline will start to come down. And then we should maybe start to see price starting to try to head up towards breaking through a red cloud, and which will cause also conversion to start to rise as well as base comes through here, and then they'll probably start to cross kind of something like this, and then you can see price perhaps maybe breaking through this here. Because at that point you would have, if you had price movement here, your lagging line back here is going to come through and follow price upwards and cross that price line. So we want to see conversion and base crossing. We want to see price lagging line moving up through price line and price heading towards the cloud. That's the ideal setup. We'll see if we get there. All right, I've taken you guys back to the main page. For me, in regards to what I think is going to perhaps maybe happen for price movement, my price prediction for the day today, I know that the market likes to try to get as many contracts in the money as possible on their side of positions that they've made. Oftentimes it's a lot on the put side. So seeing price temporarily dropping below a $4 strike, temporarily to close out as many puts as positions as possible at a $4 strike is a very strong possibility. So I think you'll start to notice a bullish trend in price movement when you see those puts starting to close. So I think, for us, what we need to do is we need to be watching very diligently about volume that's happening at 4 if price were to start moving in that direction. And once you start seeing large quantities of volume closing at 4 in puts, that should help price to start rising back up again. So maybe a push for $4. I know SSR trips today at 396. So watch for that as a possible point at where they may try to trip SSR, especially with volume levels still being really, really super high. A push for that 396 and tripping that would be more than likely a very strong possibility. So I think for price prediction for the day today, I don't think that's going to happen today, the tripping SSR. But I do think an attempt to drive price in that direction is going to be made. So maybe like a 411 close, maybe a 415. Let me just plug some numbers in real quick here and see what that looks like. Our last low that I've got written down here was 418, which is a 23.2% drop in price. Let me just check that. A double bottom at 418 makes sense to me. I can't imagine that would be the closing price, though. Price moving down with lower volume than what we had. What did we have for volume on Friday? So I would imagine we're going to have lower volume today than we had on Friday. Friday's volume for the day. Hold on one second. Let me pull it back up here. 98.1 million shares. So yeah, I think that volume prediction that I gave earlier this morning at 80 to 100 million, I'm actually going to drop it to 70 to 100. I think that's fair. I think 70 to 100 million shares traded is a very strong possibility with us probably lower than 98 million shares traded for the day today. So volume dropping with price falling should be bullish. and kind of suggests to me a setup for that move on price to start trending upwards towards the middle portion of the week. And it's an attempt to basically try and close out some of those put positions, driving price to 418 or thereabouts, to try and drop price very quickly below $4 for Tuesday in the morning, and then seeing puts closing out, and then price starting to rise from Tuesday morning going forward. Seems like a very logical possibility for what the market's going to try to do to price. So that 418 may be a strong possibility. I'm going to go ahead and guesstimate that for my price close for the day. We do get a 40-cent spread on our price predictions. So I'm going to be going 376 to 448. No, 58. 56. I don't know. No, 58 was right. I should have said 378. Sorry, my bad. 378. That should be correct. Let me just make sure. That's right. I know that's right. 378 to 458 is going to be my price prediction for the day today. 378 to 458, and I don't know if I have any of the other guys coming in with their price predictions just yet. But when we do, actually, I do already have one of them in here. I'm going to plug it in, but I'll say it later until I've got them all in here. Okay, I got text in. Okay, so Apex, you're the only one that I'm waiting on, and that's okay. There's no rush. You put your price prediction in when you're ready. I've got everybody else in. As it stands right now, I'm the only one with a unique price prediction by more than 10 cents off of somebody else's guess. All right, let me head back over to the back of the Big Tramp. Let me get my numbers back up on the page. In case you're wondering what the red line is, that's a synthetic price failure point that we had from the past. Hitting that number would have been a 19.8% drop in price from our previous high that we had of $5.44. That does usually become a level of support and resistance that we see following in the future. The 418 drop that we had was a 23.2% drop in price. I'm just kind of curious. I want to plug in real quick here to see what a drop to like 390 would look like. 390 would be a 28.3% drop in price. I feel like if it's going to go that low, I feel like that's probably going to suggest that there may be profit at trying to drop price even lower than that. So let me look at something like 360. Maybe like a 355. Somewhere right around like 350 to 355 is a strong possibility. If we see price movement below 390, I think there's a very strong chance that we see something in the range of 350 to 355 before perhaps a turnaround point that we might see. $480. I've got a blue line. I think I have a blue line. I do. 480 or 4.807 is where a synthetic price failure would be reset. So if we do see price moving outside of our wedge for the day-to-day, I guess that's something I probably should have considered as well in my price prediction, but I didn't. If we do see leaving out just the tip again on the box, let's just move the box. Leaving out just the tip, that would have us breaking out of this wedge, perhaps in the later portion of today. Which, for example, if we were to see a double bottom of 418, you could see it happening towards the end of the day, price movement trading out sideways, and then going into tomorrow, maybe perhaps seeing price starting to rise up in the pre-market, back up towards that 480 range. All right, going back to the 1 minute, and let me head over to the back of the big tramp here. Good morning, Rex. Good to see you this morning.
The National Be a Millionaire Day.
Oh, really? No doubt. That's crazy.
Sure.
Nice.
We're on our way.
Apex says 350, 355. You shut your whore mouth, Casey. Just saying. Let's see here. Oh, Apex put his in, Twisty says. So let me scroll back up here. Hold on. I missed it. Let's see. He usually puts in something that's really obvious and stands out. There it is. Casey, since you've got things going on with Bruno this morning, I'll drop price prediction now. Feeling well. Have a green day. Feeling that we'll have a green day today. And close at 465, going 425 to 505. Let me put you in here. 425 to 505. All right, so here's our price predictions for the day today. I have 378 to 458. Twisty's got 410 to 490. Apex has 425 to 505, and that is a unique price prediction as well. And Tech has 403 to 483. So Twisty and Tech are not eligible for a price prediction, but they can nail the price prediction right on the dot, and potentially get bonus points that way. But myself and Apex are the only ones with unique price predictions for the day. And I think, let me see here. Quack, quack, good morning.
Good morning, everyone. Casey?
How you doing today?
Just woke up, getting started.
You kind of sound like you don't have the morning voice that Yucca has, so I'm not going to get on you about that, but you do sound like Hayden does after he slept in a swamp cooler. Or with a swamp cooler. Did you sleep with a swamp? Do you have a swamp cooler going on?
No, I'm in California, but I leave the window open all night.
Oh, are you by the ocean?
No, I mean about an hour.
No, that's not close enough. Yeah, that's interesting.
No.
So, are you in a very polluted area?
No, it's San Jose.
I haven't been to San Jose
Bay
lately.
Area.
Yeah. Oh, you're Yeah, I don't know. California can tend to do that,
It's just,
but it's usually more coastal if you leave a window open.
yeah, it's just the morning voice.
Yeah. Your wife's
It's the real rugged, deep voice.
That's right. It's not quite as real rugged, but it is definitely deeper. Your wife's boyfriend says, "Who's winning in price predictions?" It's really just about weekly. We just kind of look at it from a weekly perspective, and I don't really keep tallies on who's winning and who's losing overall, because that's not really what my purpose on doing that is. It's more as just fun to try and do like weekly challenges with each other to see who can win on the weekly challenges. And so I don't know. I don't keep track of that.
I didn't know I had a boyfriend.
You don't? You have a boyfriend?
The guy's name.
Yeah, the guy's name. Your wife's boyfriend. That's like a really old Wall Street Bets thing, and I don't even know where it came from, but or how it started. But the whole "your wife's boyfriend" thing was the mantra from way back when.
I made some bacon bit eggs and shredded cheese over here. You might need to nuke it, but if you want to eat a little bit, you can.
Juke Joint Jordan says, I'm 3 miles from the ocean here in Florida. Wouldn't live on the beach after a conversation with a guy who lives there. Guy pays $50,000 a year in taxes and insurance. Hurricanes suck. Dario's saying Twisty's ahead of the pack. Moonlit Rift says, good morning, Casey and family. Are we ready to rock this week? Yes, we are. Simply irresistible.
Good morning.
Apex says, that's a tell. You know you've been around for a while if you understand the my wife's boyfriend line. I never liked it. Even when, because I was there, viewing what was going on with Wall Street Bets long before the 27th even occurred, and I was just eyeballing it and watching everything that was being said and everything that was being done. And, wife changing money. I never liked that. I never, ever. That was the one thing that I just could not jump on board with. I didn't like that. I could do the smooth brain thing. I can call myself an ape, but the one thing I could never do was go with that. That saying was not one that I liked.
What about wife changing money?
Yeah, I don't like that. I just don't like it. I think it's.
That's fair.
Yeah, just I don't like that.
Keeps us out of trouble, man.
It might be okay for some people, but I'm not down with it. I can't, I've got a complete winner for a wife, and I can't imagine trading her out for anything. It would be a trade down. And so I couldn't jump on board with the whole that entire thing. I did not like it.
Look at Casey getting some brownie points.
I know, right?
Good job.
It's really true, though. Listen to you guys. Oh, man. But yeah, that's just one of the ones that I couldn't carry on with. I like all the other. This is the way. There's so many. There's so many of them that are out there that you can drag up from the past and put out there. That was the one I couldn't do. I was like, not that one. It's 8 o'clock in the morning. I know. Normally I would have been taking a break by now. I probably will excuse myself here for just a little bit, even if it's just for 15 minutes. But I know I started up late this morning, so I just want you guys to remember that I have Bruno's appointment this morning at 9:30, unfortunately. So I will try to start the numbers for 9 o'clock just a tad bit early. And then me and Bruno got a jet and get over to his appointment at 9:30. So let me just step aside for about 15 minutes here. I got to make sure he's ready to go for the ride. So, how do you think Bruno is doing? He's doing great. Actually, I'm a little upset that I have to take him in because he's completely healed. There doesn't seem to be any problem, and he's not continuing. And I took the cone off as of yesterday, and he's not licking or itching or doing anything crazy at all. So I don't even see the point in taking him back in, quite honestly, but I am. I'm going to take him. Yeah, it came off last night, Foo Dog. Actually, it came off It came off Saturday, didn't it? I took it off That's not true. I took it off Saturday, not Friday or Sunday. My family members that were coming in from out of town, I didn't want their legs to get all cut up from from the cone of shame. Because he does. He just runs into everybody with that cone of shame, and it's got like razor blade plastic on it, and it just cuts everything as it drives as he runs through your legs. And so I thought, well, I got company coming over, and I don't want him cutting up everybody's legs. We'll just take it off. So I think it was Saturday. I took it off of them before they showed up. Yeah, Johan says, "Will you do the numbers before the appointment?" I'll try. I'm gonna start them like 10 minutes early. Normally, I wait until precisely 10 o'clock to do the numbers. Or I'm sorry, 9 o'clock. But I'll do them at I'll start at like 8:50, 8:55 ish. Try to run through the numbers because the vet's not that far away. I can probably make it there in 10 minutes. So, and his appointment's at 9:30. So I gotta rush through the numbers as fast as I possibly can because it is a full rundown on the numbers at 9 o'clock, so it takes a little bit longer. It takes about 20 minutes to get through those. Yeah, Pirate says, keep the cone. If he starts again, you know what to do. Yep, exactly. But they also told me to start... This is the crazy thing. They told me that we can start feeding him Claritin. I didn't even know that you could feed, Claritin to dogs as an allergy. They told me they prescribed him two Claritin. He's a 100-pound dog. They told me to give him 2 Claritin per day, and I was like, "Wait a minute! I'm like double his weight. I am double his weight. Why in the world am I only taking 1 pill and he gets 2? Should I be taking 2? I mean, maybe they would work better if I took 2. I don't know, but I thought that was kind of odd." Benadryl was the other thing. Yeah, Chris just said that too. We were giving Benadryl. That was the other thing that they told us that we could do. But that's more for like if the reaction. They told us that that's really for the reaction if it's already started. Like, does he already have an allergic reaction and you need to kind of like calm it down? That's the Benadryl. But if you want to prevent the reaction in the first place, you can do Claritin.
Yeah, some of the pseudoephedrine very toxic to dogs, so be careful.
Right.
Some vets just don't know.
I'm not. I'm gonna wait and see what happens here. This is the only time. I mean, he's like. I guess I was wrong. He's not 8 and something. Melissa told me he's 9.5. So he's 9.5 years old, and this is the first time he's ever had an allergic reaction like this before. So I'm hoping that maybe it was just a small event that occurred, and we maybe I just need to watch for the future, and if he does something, then just give him something for that time when he does start licking. But let me step aside here for just like 10 minutes. And I will go make sure he's all ready to go and then come back and... Yes, Foo, I'm aware. And he's quite happy to have that off, by the way, too. So... Let me, I'm going to put on some music, guys. I'll step out here for just about 10 minutes, and then when I come back after the intro... Actually, I probably won't come back to the back. Well, after I get done with the 850 something numbers, I'll come back to the back of the big tramp and then put some soft music on it. You guys can have at it. But I'm gonna step aside now, and I'll see you guys a little bit later. All right. Let me put the message up on the screen here. $8:15. I'll be right back. Not very long. I'll leave you guys some soft music here.
Living life on the open road, ain't got no home, just a van for mine. Long beard hanging down, taking AMC, it's all about the line. No ties, no suit and tie, just dark circles round these tired eyes. Sipping coffee, crunching numbers, technically analyzing. Winds roll down, the wind in my head, I embrace the gritty grind. There's my castle, roots my kingdom, no place else I wanna be. MC ticker, keys on rolling, stock charts and patterns unfolding. Fear and greed, wolves and bears, it's a wild ride, I'm all in stride. Hard ticker in my sights, AMC's my fight.
Alrighty, guys. So, we've already got price predictions in this morning. Everybody was kind enough to get them in nice and early, so we didn't really have to kind of wait for those at all. So we've got, here's the price predictions for the day today. I've got the low end of the stick here, so I'll read from low to high. I've got 378 to 458. Tech has 403 to 483. Twisty has 410 to 490. And Apex has 425 to 505. I cleaned up my chart just a tad bit, and I want to share with you why I think that's, what I'm looking at here is maybe a little bit more accurate in regards to where I'm drawing the price points or the touch points that I've got showing up on the page here. When I go to a 30-minute interval, what I had previously drawn out here, which was probably just some bad analysis, but what I had previously drawn out was this. Yeah, pretty much something like that. And I was suggesting to you guys that the potential breakout point was going to be somewhere around here. And we did have some points that did touch around here and tried to break through this, but didn't quite make it. As I take the extended hours out of the equation on this price move, I think it becomes a little bit more apparent that that perhaps maybe that this was not really all that decent of an analysis, and really what should have been, come on, change. What should have been drawn out was this. Probably something more along the lines of something around this. So then you can add the extended hours back in again here, and you can see that there was a couple periods of time where on that 30-minute chart that the price had moved outside of that wedge, but for the most part everything was in there, including some of those spikes in prices that we saw from settlement of shares of trades that occurred 2 days prior. But those trades weren't reported until that period in time. So we're trading right around where the red line is at, and that red line is the 19.8% price movement down from the last high that we saw of $5 and, let's see, let me write it, $5.44, I think, which is this point right here. No, maybe not that point. There it is right there, $5.44 right there. So from this point here down to the red line is an 19.5% drop in price, which is a synthetic price failure. An attempt to try and get the market to sell off some of their shares through a price move like that, and so the reset of a synthetic price failure is going to be where the blue line is at 480. And I think we're getting really close to starting out the morning here. I'm expecting to see somewhere, I kind of widened my range a little bit to 30 million shares. Anytime I expect to see about 100 million shares or thereabouts. I do give myself a 30 million share leeway instead of 20 like the normal 20 that I do. So I'm saying 70 to 100 million shares for the day today. I do think that we're going to have lower volume today than we had on Friday, which was 98.1 million shares. So I'm kind of thinking like maybe that 70 to 90 range is going to be probably pretty accurate. Food Dog saying, Casey, the cat system test May 15th may have anything to do with the run. No. I don't think so. But mainly because the price movement that was happening on GME was, which I think part of the reason why AMC moved was because of GME. That price movement cleared through 8 different strike zones, strike prices within a single day. And that was on May 3rd. All of that price movement was due to a May 3rd price run. I'd have to go back in time and take a look and see what would have caused price to start running on GME specifically in regards to failure to delivers, but that's something that I probably won't even be able to see for another half a month or so. But my guess is that what we'll find out is that there was probably a massive amount of failure to delivers that were being reported, and somebody was forced into buying some shares, and that's why price ran on that's why you started seeing a volume increase followed by a price rise during that period of time. But if I take you over to GME on a 30-minute time interval, get rid of all this junk on the page, you can see that the price movement that made this all happen was back here. And there was a sudden spike in volume that occurred on May 3rd that was responsible for this price movement. So part of that was May 2nd, and the other half of it, or rather 2/3 of it, was on May 3rd. But the question is where did this price, or where did this volume come from? Why did this volume mysteriously show up all of a sudden? And my guess is we'll probably find out that there were some pretty massive amounts of failure to delivers that were occurring. Somebody was being forced into buying shares, and that's why you saw price suddenly rising as fast as it did. And again, all of this was well before Roaring Kitty ever tweeted anything, and should have been seen by a lot of people, and was something that I posted up on Twitter about what was coming. Volume is everything. What is, just out of curiosity, look at that. GameStop's average 3-month volume is 17.89 million shares. I'm pretty sure if I were to download their historical volume leading up to that price movement they had, that they were trading on average somewhere between 3 and 5 million shares per day. And now the average 3-month is 17, almost 18 million, which is about what AMC, actually AMC's is going to be a little bit larger now because of our run up. Ours is sitting at 43.14 now. We were doing what GME was doing, and now we're at 43.14. But anyways, it's time to get this morning started. We'll see you guys on the other side of market open.
When the night's getting cold, you're needing a shoulder. Puff out your chest and be a little bolder. All we do is we buy and hold. shills who wanna steal your thrills. There will be friends who hold till the end. There will be doubt, fear and cloud, but it's all in your head. Those hedgies are dead. Panic and fear really are near, but it's not ours to own. We have shown that all we do is buy and hold. Oh, there will be shills who wanna steal your thrills, and there will be friends who hold till the end, and there will be doubt, fear and cloud, but it's all in your head. Those hedgies are dead. So when the night's getting colder and you're needing that shoulder, these apes got your back. We got each other. All we do is we buy and hold.
T-minus 90 seconds and counting. All systems are go. We're about 90 seconds from the launch of Space Shuttle Discovery.
Go for launch, GC. Go. Guidance, go. Fido, go. Bravo, go. GC. Max, go. Eagle, go. Econ, go. DeFeo, go. Payloads, go. Scan for the customer, go. DPS, we're go. Eco, go. Booster, go. Surgeon, go. PRS, go. Okay. And let's see, we'll wait on GNC.
T-minus 60 seconds and counting. We are transferring to orbiter internal power at this time. Discovery is now running off its 3 onboard fuel cells. Coming up on a go for auto sequence start.
FCO, hear you loud and clear. 5 mics. Tell me. Have you loud and clear as well? Thank you, sir.
Go for auto sequence start.
And we have a go for auto sequence start. Discovery's onboard computers have primary control of all the vehicle's critical functions. T-minus 17 seconds and counting. 15, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, start, 2, 1, booster ignition, and liftoff of the Space Shuttle Discovery, returning to the space station, paving the way for future missions beyond.
Separation confirmed. Guidance now converging. Discovery's onboard computers commanding the main engine nozzles to swivel, aiming the shuttle for its precise target in space for main engine cutoff.
Should have a good forward leg now at S10.
Okay, you sound good.
Discovery Houston, negative return.
Copy, a negative return.
How can it She's so fine, there's no telling where the money went. Simply she's all mine, there's no other way to go. Simply she's so fine, there's no telling where the money went. Simply she's all mine, there's no other way to go. Simply irresistible.
Good morning, you filthy apes. Welcome to AMC with KC, where we buy, we hold, and we screw those hedgies. Screw 'em! That's right. This is where we like to fling poo and eat crayons for breakfast. Rock strong. Good morning, guys. The title for the day today is Family First. I had family come in from out of town over the weekend, and I know so many things. In fact, you guys, just before market open there, as I was cutting into the intro, started talking about all these different things that occurred over the weekend, and I really didn't. I had a chance to kind of just briefly read through what some people were saying when I had the chances, but I really tried to stay as away from social media as much as possible to spend time with that family. I say it to you at the end of every single day: eat, sleep, drink, spend time with your family, spend time with your friends. So take your pets out for a walk. These are all good things that are good for your mental health. Why do I talk about that? Because we are in a fight here on a stock that has just simply been a massive psychological conundrum for us, right? Like, I mean, it's just been one attack after another on us as individuals, as investors. And I think that, making sure that you are putting the things that keep you mentally safe or mentally stable as being the highest priorities. So remember things like family first. They do matter more than any of this stuff matters. This is all just a game right here. This what's going on right here is all simply a game to try and change your opinion about something. You don't have to change your opinion. You can literally walk away from this and not even look at it for like however much time until that game is over and still live life. So remember that. Psychologically, you need to be prepared for the future because that's what's really going to count. And so make sure you're healthy mentally. All right. Getting off on my soapbox. Let me head over. I'm going to head over to the back of the big tramp here. But I'm going to only be there for a few minutes because we're going to do numbers. And then I'm going to have to take off because I got to take Bruno to a vet. It's his 2-week anniversary from his wounds that he had. And so I got to take him into the vet office and just get a checkup on him and make sure. I think he's just perfectly fine. He looks great right now. I don't expect to have anything other than a great report back from the vet. So let me head back over there real quickly. I see we got Quack Quack is still back here.
Hello.
There you go. Did you have some coffee already? I feel like you must have had some coffee. That doesn't sound like the morning voice we heard earlier.
Yeah, I've already started.
Nice. Very, very nice. Do you have more than one cup a day or?
It's like I have about 10 cups.
Whew, my goodness.
I know.
What kind of coffee
I'm
are
a
you drinking?
Drip.
Oh, man.
Just drip.
So it's like the real deal. It's the good stuff.
Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah.
How long does it take you to make one cup of coffee?
It's like 3 minutes for the machine to make 10 cups.
Okay, that's not too bad.
Yeah, it's a drip.
Oh, Oh, I'm thinking of a different. I was thinking you meant a hand dip or drip. You're talking about like just the classic coffee pot. Okay, that's normal.
Old school coffee
yeah,
pot.
That's good. That's good to go. 10 cups. That's normal. Yeah, I thought you were talking about handmade drip
The
coffee.
pressed ones or something.
Yeah.
That's too much work.
Yeah, I agree. That's why when you said 3 minutes, I was like, damn, you got it down to a T. But
What's up, Pirate?
Good morning, Pirate.
Good morning.
Let's talk about that solo on that song, Simply Irresistible. Am I the only one that doesn't remember that solo, or is that like, was it always there? And we just like, we've been conditioned to remember that song Well, like you probably have heard that song in like commercials or movies or something, and then they just never play the solo because you just hear like the chorus.
No, I think that's
It's
just
always
you.
been there.
That was always a big part
It's
of the song,
I just don't
especially
remember
right
it.
at the little end of it, the little riff that sounds like a slide wheel. It goes "Rah, rah, rah,"
Yeah.
like the cartoon song where and then I think that was a seminal moment in the video where the girl very seductively licks her lips. She looks at the camera and kind of licks her lips. It's one of those real over sexualized moments.
I purposely
Right up
didn't
there.
watch it. Sometimes I watch the video as it's playing, but I didn't watch it because I just can't watch that video. It's it's like weird,
A lot
creepy.
of people don't. I don't think a lot of people realize not a single girl up there could play an instrument. That was all just eye candy. You watch them; their hands are just all over the place.
How dare you?
But it didn't matter. It worked. It worked fantastic. I'm not criticizing.
Next thing I know, you're gonna be telling me that the monkeys didn't play their instruments either.
Yeah, somebody else was like, yeah, she played that solo in high heels and a tight dress. I'm like, yeah, she didn't play anything but. Well, I'll just leave it there.
Yeah.
No, great video.
I really
great
just
video
can't.
for any boy who's 13 years old.
Yeah. I can't remember that solo though. I just don't remember it. It's really kind of strange to me. I feel like I would remember that, but I just don't. Oh, Tommy Small says, anyone know who did the guitar solo on Michael Jackson's "Beat It"? It was a girl, if I'm not mistaken. I can't think of what her name is though. I don't know her name. Oh, you guys are saying Eddie Van Halen. Was it really?
Yeah.
I guess I got it wrong.
I think it was Eddie.
Maybe I'm thinking about who played it in his concerts, because he had way back in the day there was a like a in the making concert, like backstage thing, and she was doing I can't think of what her name is. But there was a girl that did it on tour, pretty sure. That's pretty cool. Eddie Van Halen. Nice.
Yeah, the girl I just did a quick search, Casey. The girl you're talking about was Jennifer Batten.
She's an excellent guitar player, by the way.
An American guitarist, worked as a session musician and solo artist from 87 to 97. She played on all three of Michael Jackson's world tours. She recorded with Jeff Beck, which everybody knows Jeff Beck is up on the Mount Rushmore of guitarists. So there you go. You're right.
Well, no, but Eddie Van Halen, I think, was the person that laid the track down originally. Because I feel like I remember in the video when I was watching the making of it, they were actually teaching her how to play the part just right. And I always remember thinking to myself like, oh, that's interesting, because she's not the original person that put it down, but I didn't know it was Van Halen though. That part I didn't know.
For further reading, it would appear that he had two female guitarists. I guess another girl's name was Orianthe Panagaris. Sounds like she might have been Greek, but I guess she was commonly known as Orianthe. I hope I'm not butchering her name. She gets a notable mention as well. What I want to know is at the end of that guitar solo, when it does the is that the lead guitarist doing that, or is that a bassist?
I think
at the end of the lead guitar, does the bass guy step in and bend those two notes?
I think it's a bass line.
I think so too. I think it was his way of putting a punctuation mark on the end of the solo. But either way, it works. It's kind of like that, the old wolf whistle in the cartoons of, whistling at a pretty girl or something.
Mm-hmm.
I like it. Yep.
Let me see real quick here. I'm going to have to start numbers in about 10 minutes because I need to get out of here a little bit early to go take Bruno to his appointment. So let me go ahead and start logging into my account now. So let's talk about a few of the things. Excuse me, a few of the things that occurred over the weekend. There was a strong point. Yeah, go ahead. Did you? Is there something you want to bring up? Bring it up. Go for it. I'll let you start off. Who was? And we got Rex in
Are you
here
sure?
now. Yeah, Rex, go for it. Throw it up. What you got?
All right. We had a successful baby shower,
Oh,
and the wife was happy. This is the first time I've seen her like genuinely like gleeful. She's very antisocial, so it was not like her, but we had a great time. The family was super supportive, and we pretty much got like 80% of the things we needed.
good.
It's a lot of good food, man. We had pigs in a blanket. We had like a pub mix chicken feed type thing. It was farm themed. We had a cake that was it's like a cow.
Nice.
And we had like
that'll your wife.
All kinds of cool stuff, man.
Your wife's gonna look. No, your wife's gonna look back on that and be like, "We should have done a different cake." He's gonna be. Yeah.
Here's the thing, and you might like this. So her nickname growing up was Moo. Like
hey,
brokerage at.
That's kind of sort of like my wife. She does the same thing. Yeah.
So, like, you know that old saying, "Have a cow."
Yeah.
Like, don't have a cow, man.
Yeah, don't have a cow. Yeah. Bart Simpson.
So she leaned into it. She leaned into it where, like, that's because that's the kid's initials, and so she's really leaning into like the farm theme on it. So we dressed up in overalls and like we did all kinds of things, man. It was so much fun. I had a blast. We played all kinds of games, and to be honest, it was the first baby shower I've been to.
Technically, a female cow is only called it's a heifer until she gives birth. So it was very apropos that you guys had that. She's technically a cow now since she's already dropped a calf.
Do you want to try to explain that to her, Pirate?
No, you can pass that along, man. I'm just telling you that.
I don't want to be in the
up until the time they drop their first calf, they're called a heifer. But now, so your wife is no longer a heifer. She's hereby officially a cow.
Well, we got like 5 more weeks, but I get you.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Well, yeah. So then, yeah, she's
a heifer.
she's still a heifer, man.
I still love her. Yeah, man, it was great.
If you have a heifer that does not have a calf inside her, that's called an open. She's called an open heifer. So your wife is she's no longer open. So.
Okay.
Yeah, man. Other than that, it was a good week. It was a good week.
Good. Glad to hear it.
Thanks, man. Thanks for letting me share.
Yeah, no problem. I appreciate it. And make sure you put up that if you want to. Feel free to put up that a link to your registry in the Discord.
What's happening?
That's up to you. Wherever you want. Adam Aaron posted out 21 hours ago, our Billie Eilish listening event was a great success. We filled seats at almost 10 times the normal rate for a Thursday afternoon. Thank you, Billie, for sharing your great talent with your fans at AMC Theaters. We wish you much success with your new album, Hit Me Hard and Soft. Also, Melissa just texted me just a little bit ago and told me that we have Deadpool and Wolverine tickets are now live, apparently. So she was letting me know that was the case. So, if you want to buy tickets for that, you might want to make sure because I'll tell you a little story here. I did not go looking for Billie Eilish tickets right away. They never opened up any more theater or movie screen times for me to be able to watch it, and so therefore my daughter, who suggested Billie Eilish as the next artist that AMC should do, did not get to see that in the movie theater, which I was a little bummed out about. But Hunter came home. He came over this weekend on Saturday, and he told me, he's like, "Dad, have you heard about the new Billie Eilish album that dropped?" And I was like, "I know all about it. Of course I do." And he's like, "Oh." He didn't realize that AMC had it in the movie theaters, but his girlfriend had told him to listen to the album after it released this weekend. And so Hunter went and listened to it, and he said that there's a few songs that are old school. Some of it's kind of newer stuff that he doesn't really like, and then there's some of it on there that he really does like. So he kind of had like a mixed review on some of the music, but there was definitely some songs in there that he said that he liked a lot. He said that he did like the old school ones. If I'm not mistaken, I think he said that. So yeah. But anyways, there was that. Somebody had mentioned earlier, just before the live stream started, I think Food Dog had mentioned the cat system testing on the 15th, and whether or not that had anything to do with the price increase, and I don't think it did. Then there was Nate Ross asking if I had seen the DFV tweets in reverse. That's a total of 1 hour of memes. I started to watch it last night, just before I was getting ready to go to bed, and there was no way I was going to make it through the full hour. I don't know how far I got through it, but yeah, some people are suggesting that it should be seen in reverse, and that some of the previous messages or ending messages were suggesting that the message should be seen in reverse, I think. I didn't see the whole thing, though, so... what else? Let's see here.
Rex, with a young heifer on her first calf, sometimes the calf is too big and they have trouble passing it. They make a tool ranchers have called a calf puller, and it's
Calf
like
puller?
a lever action. It's like a calf puller. It's like a lever action thing. You put a strap around the feet, and you kind of ratchet it, and then it's got a big lever on it, and it allows you to get a little leverage on it to help pull it out. And they're kind of expensive. If you don't already have one, I'll loan you mine. I just cleaned it up before you bring it back.
Fair enough.
Okay. After a heifer drops her first calf and she becomes accustomed to it, usually they don't need any help second, third, and fourth calf, but that first one sometimes. So.
I got information this weekend from somebody in the Discord who was doing an investigation into the TikTok account that was supposedly Roaring Kitty, and they kind of got to a point in their investigation where they felt that they, for the most part, had confirmed that it was not Roaring Kitty. Then later, apparently, a Twitter account with the same name as the TikTok account. Later claimed that both that Twitter account and the TikTok account were not, and the Twitter one, or I should say, I guess I should be calling it X. The X one was suggesting, or it was made back in like 2018, I think. Like it was a long time ago. It was an older account. Was suggesting that neither the TikTok account or the X account were Roaring Kitty, but that they were still going to be putting out information, and that it didn't really matter. I don't know what's true and what's not true. My convictions don't matter in regards to whether any of this is Roaring Kitty, whether it be the X profile being Roaring Kitty or not. None of that has any bearing on what it is that I see and what it is that I believe is going on here. So, and I've always maintained that, because I always do fear that, somebody's going to try and infiltrate into the community and suggest one way or the other that, that they're somebody that they're not. It's always been a fear of mine. We've had people who have infiltrated into the community and tried to separate the community or try to make money off the community through some means or another, and I just think that's horrible. But my convictions, like I said, just don't stand on an individual. I don't need anybody to tell me what it is that I hold. I know. So it's been fun trying to decipher what's being said in all those videos and everything, but it's really just more of a mental gymnastics, and that's it. But it is 8:55, and I got to get through the numbers so I can get Bruno to his appointment. Let me take you guys over to the other page here. I'm not going to be able to see what it is you guys are saying, so hold those personal thoughts, comments, questions, or concerns until you see the Big Tramp back up on the screen again. We're going to start with the top left-hand side, run through the left-hand side of the page, and then go to the right-hand side of the page and run them down. Price prediction tally points for last week. Fortunately, we did manage to beat out the missed column, so the missed column did not win the week out. It's been a very long time since we've had the missed column get 2 tally points in a week. That was crazy. I did win out the week last week with one specific day where I got some points and the rest of the group did not. So it was kind of rigged, I guess you might say. There's going to be people who say it. I don't care. Whatever. I did win last week. Price predictions for today. Remember, these are not meant as financial advice. It's just simply 4 apes trying to guess to the best of our ability where we think price is going to close by the end of the day. I've got the low end of the stick, and Apex has the top end. So I'll start from low to high. I've got 378 to 458. Tech has 403 to 483. Twisty has 410 to 490. And Apex has 425 to 505. The only people eligible for an extra bonus point for the day-to-day based off of price being different than everybody else's is myself and Apex. Short exempt volume from Friday, we had in total, the amount of shares that we were traded were approximately 98.1 million shares traded out. We had 2.355 million shares in short exempt volume that was traded on Friday. Utilization is down to 74.25%. I'll show you why that is here in just a minute when we take a look at the Ortex data. And then day-over-day price increase, we had a 5.1% drop in price on Friday. Max Pain remains 450 for this week and next week, going out to 621. It drops down to $4. We took a look at that earlier this morning. If you want to see it, go check earlier this morning. We also took a look at GME's Max Pain, and it does fluctuate quite a bit between now and 621 as well. Let's take a look at off-exchange volume so far this morning. And by this time of the day, I would expect to see off-exchange volume 44% going through off-exchange and EDGX be somewhere between 10 and 11%. Both of the numbers are very, very high right now. We have 55.01% going through off-exchange, EDGX at 11.82. The combined total, and that's 66.83%. That's about 12.83% more volume going through those exchanges than we would normally see. So we're getting a lot of price discovery lost through off-exchange traded volume. CHX volume for the day today is at 14,756 shares on AMC already. I consider 30,000 or more to be an extreme amount. Taking a look at GME, CHX volume for the day is coming in at 34,202 shares already. Very high. Borrow fees. Since earlier this morning, there's been an additional 650,000 shares since we last looked at this. There were 650,000 shares already borrowed prior to that. That means 1.3 million shares have been borrowed today. If I'm not mistaken, I think we had about 850,000, or I mean, sorry, I think it was 2.85 million shares traded on in volume. Let's see here. Where are we going on this? Fees. Fees are currently dropping according to IBKR from 5.64% to 4.16%. Institutional ownership this morning coming in at 85.3 million shares. That has not changed since last Friday and is still reporting the same value. Options. Highest amount of call volume on AMC this morning, coming in at a $5 strike. There's currently 9.5 thousand contracts at 5. That's where we were at in strike price last week when we ended out the week as well. That's high volume. By this time in the morning, I would expect to see about 3,500 contracts in volume. So we're on very high volume in options, and you can see that through the CBOE EDGX as well. That volume number is over 11%. Put volume this morning coming in at a $4 strike. That's down 50 cents from where it was last week. And there's currently 5.4 thousand contracts in volume so far. Market suggesting a closing price somewhere between $4 and $5 by the end of the day. Do note that 450 is max pain. going to take you guys over to the other page here, move a couple screens around, and we'll take a look at the rest of the data. Again, if you want information on the options trades that are going through on GME, I do a full rundown on that in the morning and kind of get a sampling of what the day looks like going forward. So I would suggest checking earlier in the live stream to see that information if you want that. All right, let's take a look at what's going on here with utilization and estimated short share interest of the free float. So far for the day today, 7.43 million shares have already been borrowed. And let me enter that in, which is quite a big number of shares having been borrowed so far. That's going to raise the estimated short share interest of the free float to 15.54%. The cost per borrow ends at 4.33. The average is 7.08, and max 8.6. Now let's take a look at what's going on here with some of our other numbers. Utilization's dropping, and it dropped from last Friday from 80.51 to 74.25. So big drop there in utilization. The on-loan amount dropped as well, but it only dropped from 89.85 million shares down to 88.78 million shares. If you were to look at a previous point in time in the past and just drew a line across, it would be somewhere right around here when we had utilization right around like 85, 87%. So we've seen utilization basically drop about 10, a little over 10% drop in utilization with the same quantity of loans outstanding from the past. So it kind of suggests, to me, that there's less shares available to be borrowed currently, which really doesn't really make a whole lot of sense. But it also does kind of suggest that there's been some shares returned as well. And as you can see, we've definitely been at a higher point here. At one of our peakest high points we've had on loan shares has been 99.1 million shares. A 10% drop from that number would be roughly around 10 million shares, just a slight bit less than that. And we have dropped about that 10% from 99.1 million to 88.78. So some of these numbers are kind of matching up. Now, anytime price is going to run up like this, of course, short interest is going to close out, especially if the market thinks that the price is going to continue to run in the future. They're going to try and close out as many positions as possible that are not going to be advantageous to keeping open on another price run up. So we're seeing this drop by about 10%, and now today we're already seeing so far, I'm not saying the day's ended yet, but so far we've already seen 7.43 million shares. They're going to re-short again as price is lower. So we're going to start seeing these numbers rising back up again to new all-time highs. Then we've got the estimated short share interest of the free float dropping. From Friday, it dropped from 14.92 to 14.82, which is a 0.1% drop in that estimated short share interest of the free float. Part of the reason why this is dropping is due to there being more outstanding shares. But there was about 368,000 shares in short interest that was closed out on Friday as an estimate. And so we'll see how that looks going forward. And I would expect that to be the case if somebody believed that the price was going to continue to run in the future. Otherwise, they would just keep it on. They would keep it open. On-loan average age per day dropped like a rock. It dropped from 53.12 days down to about 44.75. So almost a 10-day average drop with 368,000 shares being returned. That has to be really, really old positions. Some of the most oldest positions were likely closed out during this period of time. Well, why would you close older positions over newer positions? Newer positions should be pretty high because price was rising up as those positions were being created. Maybe now price is just starting to get underneath some of the oldest positions that were open, and those may be closing out. Closing of short interest is bullish. Security lending volume day over day did increase on Friday from 18.53 million shares to 25.07 million. Keep in mind that we were trading at about 14, I think. 14, I think, was our average volume, 3-month volume pace prior to this run-up in price that we recently had. And so when you consider that 25 million of that is security lending volume changing hands, that's massive. Taking a look at GameStop real quick. Actually, I'm not going to look at GameStop because I already looked at that this morning. I will just update this real fast to see if they're getting borrowed or returned shares right now. Right now, there's been a borrowing of 9.24 million shares on the borrowed change amount for GME. SSR trigger price for the day today on AMC is at $3.96. I think GME did trigger SSR on Friday last week, so we have SSR on for GME. It would trip again today at $19.99 for AMC, $3.96. There's currently 181.7. Let me just refresh this. 181.7 thousand contracts are out of the money on the calls versus 24.6 thousand contracts that are in the money. 84.4 thousand contracts are out of the money on the puts versus 41.3 thousand contracts that are in the money. And I'll just look at GMEs real fast here. There is currently 113,000 contracts out of the money on the calls versus 39.1 thousand contracts that are in the money. 85.8 thousand contracts are out of the money on the puts versus 28.1 thousand contracts that are in the money. MMRI earlier this morning was 288.27. It's now 288.35. The spread between the 2-year and 10-year bond rates earlier this morning was 0.4. It's now currently at 0.392. NASDAQ is up 0.63. Dow Jones is down 0.03, and the S&P 500 is up 0.03. We currently have 2,748 advancers to 2,446 decliners. The market is just slightly more advancing than it is declining currently. 2748. I gotta hurry faster. Sectors that are in the green for this morning, only 4 now. The top performing sector is technology, followed by communications. The worst performing sector for the day today is financials and then consumer staples. Of the Mag 7, 5 out of the 7 are green. Financial institutions plus or minus 2.5% or more in price will get a shout out. Let me see what we got going on here. I don't see anything. Nothing meets that criteria for me to give it a shout out. Gold is currently up 0.15. It is starting to consolidate after, and maybe even trending up slightly after a downtrend earlier this morning. Silver is up 0.13, also in a slight uptrend after hitting 30.93. Earlier this morning, I pointed out to you guys that this was showing a very, very strong pattern that we've seen from the past on many occasions on a 5-minute interval. This is definitely showing a little bit of a exploding kitten followed by a head and shoulders, which typically leads into price dropping back down to whatever the price was prior to the exploding kittens, and sometimes even further than that, which would have been around 29.5. Now, currently, after what I would say is the other side of the shoulder here, price did start to drop, but it's starting to find some support and is still rising back up and maybe stabilizing, and I'm going to call it currently consolidating. And we're not seeing the drop down just quite yet, I would suggest here. It's still managing to stay above 30, which is a very significant point where I think a lot of commodity traders are suggesting there's going to be some really big problems going on in the marketplace when silver starts breaking past 30, and so it's definitely there already. Ethereum Classic is up 0.55 and is consolidating. The US dollar is up 0.09 and is trending up. Currently not breaking that trend, even though the more current trend is down. It's not breaking the overall trend here, so I would still call this an uptrend. When the dollar's up, the market should be down. Oil is currently up 0.64 and is trending up, and trending strongly up. And let me just take a look here. On a much bigger picture, I'd say consolidating. 1 hour time interval. But currently trending up. When oil is up, usually the market's up. So we've got some conflicting numbers already going on here. Commodities and dollars suggesting that the market should be down, but oil's up and the market's up. So very, very conflicting stuff going on here. Mortgage-backed securities are down anywhere from 0.05 to 0.12, gapping down early at market open, and looking like they're trying to trend back upwards slightly. SPY is up 0.31 and trending up at market open. VIX is currently up 1.75. It gapped up this morning towards where the futures were suggesting it should be heading to, which we're saying somewhere around 13.48. Right now it's at 12.2. So futures on the VIX suggesting it should be around 13.48, but much, much lower than that right now. More than a full point below where the futures are suggesting. We may see an afternoon jump in the VIX, which would cause the market to start trending down. VTI is currently up 0.31 and trending up. VB is up 0.22, trending up, actually gapping up. Tesla is down 1.14, trending down. Amazon is up 0.19, was trending very strongly up at the beginning of market open and seemed to have found a top and is now trending back down, retracing the movement. Cinemark is up 0.74 and is slowly trending upwards. Doge is up 0.43 and consolidating. Bitcoin is up 0.53 and on a trend up. GME is down 1.71. It broke that level of support and did trend down pretty strongly, but is still starting to consolidate roughly around, a little bit higher than where it opened up for the day today. Open at 21.51. It's at 21.88 on it's pretty high volume. 12.7 million shares traded so far. HYMC is down 2.79 and is trending down. NCMI is up 0.1 and what is NCMI doing? Consolidating. HUD is down 1.19. A lot of volatility this morning. Trending down currently. Market open, it's just all over the place. AMC is up 6.82. We did break out of that what I would say was a 30-minute trend over a 3-day period of time of price movement. We were getting lower price movement followed by lower volume trends. So we're getting a breakout to the top side here. The trend channel was also pointing to the bottom side of this wedge, suggesting for a possible breakout to the top side. Up 7.5%. Right now we have approximately $3.7 million more inflow than outflow. 20.91 million shares traded so far. Holy crap, man. I cannot get volume predictions right here. This is extremely high volume right now, in contrast to what the morning market volume was suggesting we would see. Right now we're about 44 minutes into trading, and we're on a pace for about 185 million shares traded by the end of the day today. I suggested in pre-market somewhere between 70 to 100 million shares. Actually, there's a good chance that maybe we do still see 7 to 100. This 185 should cool off because I am doing numbers a little early here. That should cool off pretty quick by 10 a.m. or so. And maybe that 100 to 70 to 100 will be a good prediction. On a 4-hour time interval, there's currently more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 48.88, which is right down the middle. On the 1-hour time interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with what appears to be divergence that's going to occur within the next hour. RSI is at 54.41, which is above average. On a 30-minute time interval, there's currently more buying pressure than selling pressure with divergence on the vortex indicator within the last 2 hours. RSI is at 64.01. Which is above average. And on a 5-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 73.58, which is signaling overbought. Taking a look at a 1-hour time interval on Ichimoto, this is starting to shape up a little bit like the possibility that I was not expecting to see have happen, which is where at some point today, if price can drive up to around, I think it was around, let's see, lagging line, I think it was around $5. If price can make it up to $5, you could get the conversion crossing the base and the lagging line above price line in about 4 hours from now, which would be midday trading. I'm not expecting that to happen. But if it does, if price does hit that $5 mark here earlier than later, it could trigger a strong buy signal. on the bottom side of a very, very thick portion of cloud. It's not often that you see price breaking through a thick portion of cloud like this. It's very, very rare. When it does happen, if there's buying pressure that kicks in and causes price to move through this cloud and continue to follow out the other side, it would be around $8.35. Seeing a break past this top side of this cloud would be incredibly bullish. I can't even imagine. I can't even begin to tell you. We'd be breaking so many strike prices for the day. We'd be breaking 450s, 5s, 550s, 6s, 650s, 7s, 750s, 8s. That's 8 different strike zones that we would be crossing in order to get to that kind of price level. So, and that's massive. That's the same kind of move that that GME had on May 3rd that caused price to ultimately start rising massively. So be on the watch out for that. Breaking past 5 is going to be the significant number that we need to hit. If it doesn't, I imagine that there's going to be a deflection off of the cloud here and price continuing to move sideways and trying to break through, more likely at a thinner point of the cloud here. So $8.35 is what really becomes a big buy signal for the day today on the 1 hour, in my opinion. On a 4 hour chart, we've got lagging line below price line or above price line, conversion below base, and price below conversion. This over here on this side of this is not looking good. Seeing lagging line above price line is good, but it starts to show a sell signal here once lagging line hits another sell signal once the lagging line hits price line. And I am expecting price to drive through this wall here, this green wall, somewhere between $3.30 and $8. And I know that's such a big price range, but it kind of has to move through this in order to continue to move to a point to where it can try to break through a thinning portion of red cloud in the future, which is again at that $8 price point. So somewhere in here is where we're going to be breaking through this before the end of the day. I do not expect to see that 835, because if we did see that 835 today at some point or another, you can see that it would put us above this cloud here, and that would be extremely bullish because that means we'd be bypassing a green portion of cloud and not even moving down through it. That'd be massive. And it would also be putting us on a good trend for potentially breaking past that 1330 mark with the lagging line. In order for this to be a big buy signal for the day-to-day, we got to get past 1330. That's ultimately, we got to get that lagging line up above 1330. So the trends on the 1 hour and 4 hour are not really in agreement yet, but they're getting there. And it's going to be in about 3 days' time, 3 to 4. On a 1 minute chart. Actually, that's all I got for you guys. I got to take Bruno. It's time for me to go. I got 1 minute to leave. So I yield the rest of my time to the back of the big tramp. I'm going to step aside. I'm going to make sure I got my chart set up on auto so that it will trend nicely for you automatically. We put up the we didn't the blue line on the page, guys, just for reference. That's a reset of a synthetic price failure. We need to really break through that. Oftentimes what happens is you'll see tests of that level of resistance of that synthetic price failure reset. So we may kind of bounce in between this like 456 and 480 kind of range multiple times. Sometimes if we do break, notice we hit the Bollinger Bands here on the way up. That usually means that price is going to try and retest the simple moving average. So we'll probably see a retest of that of some sorts before a possible continuation on our retest of 480 again, unless it breaks through the simple moving average, at which point it'll go back down and retest 437. And with that, I'm out of here, guys. I got to head out.
The sooner you leave, the sooner you'll get back.
Yep. I will see you guys in a bit.
Right on.
I'm not even going to turn music on. I'll be back in a little while.
Yeah, do your thing, man.
tapped at 477. And, they didn't like it. Touching an electric fence, I guess. Good morning, Chi-Town Turtle. Yeah, we had a great weekend. Our oldest son returned from his travels abroad after his graduation, and all is right, all is as it should be here in Camelot. Thank you for asking. How was your weekend? Good, I hope. I can't answer that question with any authority. Someone here who is knowledgeable, I might have to speak to that. I would probably imagine it depends on how much you go to the movies. I know a lot of people here go on the regular, and I think the savings add up substantially to them because they do use it enough. So there you go. Days of Reckoning says if you use close enough, definitely.
What was his question?
Whether or not the monthly bundle for AMC, I'm assuming that he's talking about either like preferred or some sort of a membership thing. I hear you guys talk about it frequently about being a preferred member for AMC or what have you. I just assumed that that was what he was referring to. A-listers or what have you. He was asking about the weekends, and me personally, I've come to let's just say I don't enjoy the weekends like I used to because I see it as just 2 days of zero action for the squeeze, and I look at it as just a stumbling block. It's funny how those things work. I'm certain once this is all over with, I'll return to normal habits of looking forward to Saturdays and Sundays. But as it stands now, every day, Monday through Friday, is another opportunity for this bomb to go off. And unfortunately, when Saturdays and Sundays roll around, I find it, at least for the meantime, I find it unpleasant, shall we say. There you go. For those of you listening, Robert put in chat that from his experience, he confirms the Stubbs A-list subscription is a pretty good deal for avid moviegoers. So there you have it. There's the answer to your inquiry. MCON wants to know if everyone agrees that there would be no real movement till Friday. MCON, I've gone on record. I personally, and anything can happen. Obviously, standard rules apply. But as for me, I think the election. I know that's probably not real pleasant for everybody to hear, but I have a sneaky suspicion that so many things are being placed in a holding pattern until the election. That's just me. Day of reckoning, mentioning the cat exposure being one thing, enforcement's the key. Election will determine everything. Record, as far as the cat exposure thing, I just view it as one more in a long line of things that are, they're rules or laws or legalities. Pick your pleasure. That that on paper look good, and it gives the impression that it may change the game. But unfortunately, I'm a little jaded in such things because there's plenty of rules already on the books, and it just seems like there's always a way for them to circumvent those or find a loophole or just disregard the rule, and then nothing happens. For example, they just put out a statement where they agree that what they did was wrong, and maybe they're hit with some sort of a modest fine. But as for me, until I think until that changes, until the fines or the punishments until they have some teeth in them, I don't put a whole lot of stock into. The only thing that it may do is put it front and center, finally put to rest this whole notion of what's where and how much is out there. And I don't think that's a bad thing necessarily, but I'm not hanging my hat on the CAT system being implemented and then instantly the next day this thing takes off to the moon. After almost 3 years of this, I've long since become immune to picking dates, times, and events. I just take solace in the fact that I'll be here every day. When it happens, I'll be prepared.
So we ain't.
Yeah.
That CAT system, I had high hopes at first, but it made me realize something. All it does is it gives them like a purview to see what's going on. I mean, if you've noticed, the SEC really doesn't. They just like to talk. So they get this data for free now. I still feel like they're not going to be finding people the way they should. Oh, we're going to charge you $70.
Said that it's an acceptance waiver and consent forms. So that was the term that was eluding me. I couldn't find that in my addled brain, my brain fog this morning, day of reckoning. But that's exactly what I'm talking about. It's just like a mea culpa, like, whoopsie, yeah, you got us, and we agree that we did that, and we won't do it anymore. And then just life moves on. And that's okay. Tommy Small says, what is this CAT? I believe it stands for Consolidated Auditing Trail or something along those lines. It's an acronym, but what it's tantamount to is a tracking system for trades to show positions and add transparency to what's happening. And many people are of a mind that it will reveal the level of naked shorting, or it will force them to cover or close positions that previously have been able to stay in the shadows. That the added transparency will act as a catalyst, if you will, to create a buying frenzy that could light off a gamma squeeze or start the big MOAS. I'm sorry, Tommy, I can't speak to the details of the plumbing or how it actually works. I just know that it's been all the talk here recently, and I guess it's a formality that's being implemented by the SEC, and it will force market makers and funds to meet regulatory requirements that display their positions. Without digging too deep into it, it's anecdotal evidence, but a lot of people feel that because the market makers and the people like Citadel and all those, they actually filed legal lawsuits to try to stop it, and they've used all their powers as lobbyists in order to hamstring this CAT system. They say that's evidence in and of itself that it's good for us, because if they're so adamant about not wanting to have it, it must be good. I know that's a little simplistic, but it is logical. Yes, Turtle, I believe there was a test run. For you listeners out there, we're trading at 459. It's a 4.59. Two-year bond is up. The 10-year bond is up. The Dow is still holding above 40,000 at $40,044. Bitcoin is up at 66,809. The S&P is at 5,322. It's in the green as well. Ariel says the timing of the death of the president of Iran is very telling. It's my understanding that he butchered thousands of Iranians and was instrumental in directing funding to terrorism outside of Iran. Ariel, I can't speak at length on it. I have limited amount of information I can share with you that I'm confident in. There's so much talk out there right now, you don't know what to believe. But I do know that in the 80s, he was instrumental. They set up these, I guess you call them ad hoc or little impromptu courtrooms, and they would call people in from the city. They would just have their local police pick people up and bring them in. They'd have a brief, what they were calling a trial, which was essentially just parading a guy in, and they'd read off some charges against him briefly, and then they would take them out and execute them right in the courtyard, right then and there. And it's well documented. You can go back and research it. It's not hard to find. But it was a terrifying time for a lot of people in that region, and he was a real big part of that. So you look into it. He's not a good dude. Yeah, Brian, I'm not an expert on Iran. Uh, I'm familiar with the difference between Shias and Sunnis, uh, and the various other factions as well. I just know that Iran was it gone through some really tumultuous times in the 80s, and a lot of it was the difference between the hardline I'll say no more. I don't want it to become political, but it was just like anything else. There was a divided country, and there was a great deal of killing that went on. Uh, I don't know about the movies Hawkeye, but there's some good books. There's no shortage of books that you can read about it. Power struggles that went on in that area. Yeah, Ben, you're talking. Ariel's talking about the movie that Ben Affleck made. That was a good movie, Yale. It was showed how the Americans were trapped in Iran at that particular time. Were able to leave the country under the guise of a movie production. They snuck them out of the country. Good show based on a true story. Ari stated he's still proud of what our Canadian cousins did, the embassy there for our American friends. And if my memory serves me right, he's correct in that they played a huge role in helping to bring those people to safety. GME trading at 21.34. AMC 460. Quite certain it's not the most entertaining for those of you, for you to hear, those among us who are able to see the tickers. But I'm quite certain we have many listeners who don't have the ability to watch the chart, and I've got it on good authority that they appreciate hearing the numbers from time to time. So be patient with us. Good morning, Stella. Hope you have a good day as well. Yeah, Dario. Unfortunately, I'm not a technical analysis guy, TA guy. I'm a macro guy. I'm a momentum trader. I tend to look at things like the news and geopolitical events and the economy as a whole. Those are the things that guide my decisions. I'm afraid I have to leave the charts and the interpretation of those charts to smarter men than myself, KC, and chief among them. No worries, Taya Fasilo. We do what we can.
Correct. Thank you. I appreciate you being diligent with it. She's kind of locked in over there.
There's you know, it's halfway.
Which one was it? You know? It's gonna get reset here soon. You smart.
Well, when I checked the tag was when they were last put on.
Hey, your mic is live.
Oh. Thanks, brother.
Morning.
Good evening.
Morning. Where'd everybody go?
They're hiding.
Good evening. Where'd everybody go?
You got some good news for us? Papa Man?
Yep, AMC is up 8%,
You love to see it.
8.6. I was about to jump in here a minute ago. My brother called, so I got distracted for a bit. I heard Pirate talking, but when I jumped in here, I just realized he's not here. What happened to Pirate?
He's here, but he's muted, I think, right? Or did he split?
Well, it doesn't show him in the back of the
he's
big
split.
tramp.
Oh, man.
Maybe he had a power outage if he didn't announce he was leaving.
Man, that looks good. Forgot what green looked like.
Well, it was just a week ago we had all the excitement, right? I was hoping for a repeat.
Just hope we Hope we put the pressure on him, you know.
Hey, does anybody know if if Ron Q has been tweeting anymore?
I just checked a little bit ago and nothing today so far. Nothing since Friday.
Did you think the ET one was the last one? Him saying goodbye?
It made it sound like that, but then KC, I heard him talking this morning saying you're supposed to watch them all backwards and it makes more sense or something. So, which I don't understand that, because if that would mean the first one was a goodbye. So I don't know how playing backwards makes more sense in that regard, but
Interesting.
Hey, just remember, when this is all over, Congress is going to have to sit through that whole hour of meetings.
that's what it was all about, just to annoy him.
It's the best.
And they're gonna have to watch it backwards and forwards. So it's more than an hour.
Yeah.
And then they're gonna pause and split the
Talk
video.
about it.
Yeah. What does that mean? Was he meaning this?
That's crazy. It's the world we live in.
Clown world.
Could you imagine some of those old fossils in Congress watching some of those memes, be going, what in the hell is going on?
They're like, this is why we banned TikTok. Crazy people.
Drew Dang wants to know what's going on with GameStop and AMC. Quack quack. What do you say?
Go back on KC streams 2 to 3 years ago and start from the beginning.
There you go. It's pretty comprehensive.
And by the time you get to this part, you'll still be behind.
The short answer is 2 weeks.
There you go.
Oh, man.
Jill says it's a double cup and handle on the 1 minute and 5 minute. Thinks the stars might be aligning.
Go.
For you chart people.
Or we're just in an uptrend.
Dylan thinks Roaring Kitty is posting on a new account. I hadn't heard that. If
Yeah, I heard something about that account that Casey showed us about 3 days ago. That said, "Have a good day," or "Have a good day, not a great day."
That's the one they're saying that they think he's switched over to.
Yeah.
No, I don't believe it. That's not something funky.
Yeah.
I was skeptical that the original X account was really him, and then there was enough memes that made me think, okay, he's at least claiming it to be him. It feels like, but I just thought, what in the world would Roaring Kitty have in it for him to actually do that? It just seems like it puts him at risk. So I kind of swung back the pendulum to, I don't think it really is him, and now if he disappears again, maybe we won't know.
The world may never know.
AMC at 479, 480. Where's GME? Is it 2146? I know the media's been hitting pretty hard, that saying last week was a complete fluke and a aberration and not based on reality, and so many articles that makes me get more excited about anything when I see how hard they're working at trying to convince us that there's nothing to see here.
All we do is just buy and hold.
Eat crayons, fling food. Throw out a little teaser. I worked this weekend on my intro to my stream for the after hours stream that I do every once in a while, and some of you are co-stars in the video I made for it, and you'll just have to see it to know what I'm talking about.
Nice. Yeah, it might come in handy pretty soon.
Yeah, if KC starts pulling this going to the vet crap in the middle of the day, I don't know what he's thinking.
You know, it's hard because when he's gone, we run. When he's here, we don't. But he's here right now, but he's not really here. Kind of running, so it's like,
Yeah, it doesn't know what to do. It's like, okay, is he here or is he not here? We don't know if we're supposed to run or not.
exactly.
Every time he jumps out of the big tramp, we run.
Yeah, I think maybe Casey's doing this on purpose to try to screw up the algorithm. They just can't quite figure out what's going on.
See, we start talking about him and look at the price.
Yeah. 472.
Forget KC, I'm here. That's why we're running.
Oh.
Good morning.
Good morning.
We need the claps.
Yeah. Oh, no claps. No need for claps.
For me,
oh, I heard you have the clap?
Clap. There it is. The cricket.
Hey, Yuck, Casey had to step out. Pirate's gone, so we need you to step up to the plate. Do you have something to share?
Wait a minute. So you're telling us that Casey took Pirate to the vet?
Kind of.
Yeah, he's getting him neutered.
Well, Pirate was talking about delivering a cow and stuff. Next thing we know, Pirate was gone. So I think Casey took him to the vet.
Inning for Mexicans. We've got a Mexican.
That's so funny.
So Yucca, did you watch all the Roaring Kitty memes backwards over the weekend?
No, I did not, because I had caught up. Is there like a message?
Supposedly they're saying if you watch them all backwards, it makes more sense. So we're looking for somebody to explain it to us.
Yeah.
Tune in tomorrow. Same cat time, same cat channel.
Yeah. Are people
Morning,
saying
Senator.
hello?
Good morning.
Good. Yeah. Now that he's gone, well, is he gone? Is Roaring Kitty gone?
I haven't seen him since Friday, I don't think.
He left that ET, that going away ET video.
Yep.
Everybody said he left. He left his bag holding. There was no bag holding. Maybe he stepped away. Maybe he couldn't. Who knows? Who knows? Second here, let's see.
Summer has finally officially arrived in southeast Missouri. It's supposed to be 90 degrees here tomorrow. And it's hot and humid. Pro Jeweler, I didn't specifically say you were in my video, so maybe you are, maybe you're not. So may or may not need a contract. Yucca's in it. And you probably weren't here to hear Yucca. I created a new video for my stream, for my opening segment to my stream, and you're in it. That's all I'm going to say. You're going to have to watch to see what I'm talking about. You can't spell KC without Kitty. I mean, without a K. Maybe he is Kitty. All right, Nana. We'll be waiting. Biggest catalyst to this whole movement is I ordered another monitor, so I'm going to have 3 monitors starting tomorrow.
Oh, that's nice.
Yeah, so that's going to be a game changer, especially now that I'm a major streamer.
What size the monitor?
I have currently a 24-inch and a 22-inch, and then I'm getting another 24. So I'm going to have 24s on the left and right, and a 22 right in the middle.
Wow.
So I can have a left monitor with the streaming dashboard. The middle monitor I'm going to use for my work area. And then the right monitor, I can have anything that I put on the right monitor will show up on the screen, the homepage of the stream. So to make it easier to do things. So.
It'll be much easier.
Oh yeah. And I once those hedgies figure that out, they're going to start closing their positions because they're no game over at that point.
Yep, that's it. They're like, he's watching us from all angles.
He's got us from every angle known.
Yep.
Yeah, this is Papa Mac talking. Deb, I guess he was asking who was the weirdo talking. Figured you could see the hat in my voice, realize it's Papa Mac.
Just remember, it's Papa Mac, the Mac Daddy.
Mac Daddy. Yucca, say something. They want to know which is your voice.
Right here. Something.
There it is.
Something voice.
Are you reading chat, Yucca? I apologize for the racist comments about avocado.
Nah. Not reading damn comments. I'm driving.
Oh, okay.
I don't take any insult. Don't take anything serious. I could be Mexican, I could be Indian, I could be whatever you want me to be.
Call you anything we want, as long as we don't call you late for dinner, right?
Yeah.
It's like Deb has retired. Congratulations, Deb.
All right.
Yucca, how do you pronounce your name? Are we pronouncing it correctly?
That works for me. It's Yucca, but it's fine.
Because that's what Astral asked. Is it Yucca or Yucca?
It's Yucca.
Yucca.
Astral's back.
He's on Astral, A-S-T-R-A-L, not Astro. Astral.
Astral, like astrology.
Yeah, it's kind of. Well, it's going to be hard for me to break the habit because I've been saying yucca for so long. Yucca.
That's fine. Yeah, I don't really care. Call me Yucca, Yucca, Yuki, whatever. Are we still running?
We are at 470, coming down just a tad. GME is at 2102. See what the SPY is. SPY is kind of consolidating at the moment. What does KC call you?
KC?
Bloody Mo!
Does he pronounce it yucca?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's where I got it from, I guess.
Yeah.
We'll blame him.
It's Casey's fault.
So you're on your way to work? You say you're driving, or are you heading out for something else? Yucca.
I think he said he was driving.
So I thought I'm assuming, I guess, heading to work. He's probably
going to pick
ordering
up
his, yeah, picking up his McDonald's.
McDonald's. Yeah. Come on, sensor content. We need some more stuff.
We need some more cowbell.
Yeah. Need some more Bumblebee.
I saw something yesterday on TV. I don't know if it was a commercial or just flipping through the channels, but it kept cutting to different monkeys that were smoking. And I was like, I think it was censored content.
Who's smoking? Censored smoking?
He's a smoking monkey. All right, Yuka, are you on your way to work? Did you just stop at McDonald's? Is that why you were ignoring
I'm here.
it? Oh, you're here?
No, I'm here. I just got to my shop.
Oh.
Did you get any breakfast?
I got breakfast.
All right, what'd you get?
You said, you know what I got. I got a monkey for breakfast.
Quit faking it. Quit faking it, Yucca.
I got a Danny.
What's up, Papa? Man? What's up, Yucca? Quack quack.
Micro D is in the house.
Did you call me Yucca quack quack?
Going on, guys?
Danny.
Casey's on break again.
Yeah, Danny. Big news, Danny. You've been saying Yucca's name incorrectly. It's Yucca. We've been pronouncing it wrong.
Tomato. Come on.
Tomato. 2 years, 3 years in the. Come on now.
I only order Yucca when I go to Pollo Tropical.
There you go.
That's our chicken place down here.
Yeah. He doesn't want to eat me.
Or maybe he does.
Or maybe he does. Yeah.
This has come up a while back, and I think Yucca.
What, you want to eat me?
It was Yucca, right? But everyone calls you Yucca, so you stuck with it?
I think it's because KC does, so that's why I did. That's what I'm blaming it on.
Yeah,
But
everybody
you
calls
meant
me.
you meant for it to be Yuka, right?
Everybody calls me daddy.
Hey, what's up, Nana? How's my face
Hey.
doing?
I'm in the car. I'm taking you with me.
Oh
What's up,
yeah.
man?
I'll go wherever you go. Just drive.
Danny,
Okay.
Danny, are you gonna explain to us the Roaring Kitty? They're saying if you watch things backwards, it makes more sense. We're waiting
I
for somebody
saw
to tell.
that. I'm not going an hour and 3 minutes watching that again. Come on. Give me the cliff notes.
Peck Anim is saying the theory with RK memes is to watch them backwards from the point he left the first time. It's supposed to explain everything from that point to this moment now.
Ah, okay. Shit, maybe I have to watch it.
Did somebody actually put it? Did someone actually make the video backwards so we can watch it?
Apparently,
Well-
Casey started to do that. Watch it. He didn't get very far into it. So apparently somebody did.
Well, it's not like
'Cause,
revert. Like they're just putting the video order backwards. It's not like they're you know how like you listen to a record and then you can kind of reverse it and it has like a hidden message. I don't think they did that.
They call it. Yeah, it's not backmasking. It's just literally watching the order.
Yes, yes. Yeah, backmasking. That's what.
What I don't understand is the last one was him saying goodbye. So if you go backwards, the first one would him. So that's saying that when he left us, he said goodbye, and then there was a 3-year period where he was gone. Okay, now that makes sense to me. Never mind. I answered my own question. So Danny, that's your assignment. When you get done, you can report back to us and give us the cliff notes.
I'll have it first thing in the morning.
All right. I want that on my desk first thing in the morning.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Hey, Gladhand Deb, if you're still in the chat, why don't you put in your new little business so you can get some sales on your pretty stuff you have on there.
I'm lost. What's going on? What's he trying?
Gladhand Deb, she's not trucking anymore, so she started a new business where she's selling stuff on eBay.
Oh, nice.
Oh.
You know, for now to make some cash. So she has a lot of stuff from traveling all over the place and
sex toys.
Yeah, sex toys. Oh yeah, I bought some of those. Thanks, Gladhand. Comes with batteries.
Fellas, how can we compete with that? Come on.
Good thing they're not solar powered. Good thing they're not solar powered. You're not supposed to be outside in that stuff.
Yeah, get some butt plugs.
We already have Pirate.
All right, give him a butt plug.
We're thinking Pirate lost power this morning, Danny. He was on here and then he was just gone and just disappeared.
Oh, that sucks. Yeah, he was saying last week he was getting the storms that rolled through Texas. I wonder if there's another storm. Terrible.
Yeah, I'm just making up that rumor. I don't know. I mean, he was on here, and I actually got a phone call, stepped away, came back, and I thought he was here, and it looks like he's gone. KC had to take his dog to the vet, so he left the van unlocked and keys in it. So here we are.
Is he licking his butt again, or is he taking He's taking the thing off the
Maybe he's
cone of
getting off
shame.
the cone of shame. Maybe.
Yeah, he took it off and he's gonna go get him checked.
Hold on.
So it looks like he's doing a lot better.
Good.
Man, I hated that Tuffy got shares this morning and I didn't. Ugh.
Oh no.
Yeah, he has Fidelity's his account, and they will let you buy right away. So I put some money in the swab, but I can't buy till tomorrow. And so at least Tuffy got a few today.
Nice.
Yeah. it sucks that Charles Schwab makes you wait till your cash clears, but it'll clear by tomorrow.
Yeah, I think if you have an account, an external account linked, it's instant.
I'm linked. I'm
You're
linked
linked
with
to
my
everything.
yeah,
Yeah, because
and
I have my bank.
I
Go ahead.
so I just transfer from my account to their account. They take it out pretty fast, but I was, TD Ameritrade always let you like buy instantly. You didn't have to wait. They have a hold on my cash, which isn't fair. But Tuffy, I knew Tuffy could buy right away, so Tuffy got some.
Yeah, my Charles Schwab has I have my bank account linked. I transfer. As soon as I push that transfer, I can automatically buy. There's no hold. So it must be something in your settings.
It's not a margin account.
No, Martin. I even called them and about that, because I was pissed off because they'll let me buy other things, but they won't let me buy AMC or GME.
Yeah, there you go. There's some lockout maybe.
Yeah. So it sucks, but it doesn't take that long. It should be, since I did it early this morning, the money should be in there tomorrow. But Fidelity trusts you right away. That's why Tuffy got his own account. So he on that run up, I couldn't tell him because he could have bought his own little girlfriend, but I was like, no, Tuffy, we don't sell. We hold. This isn't enough money. So
talking about that, what is the actual price, Papa?
453.
Oh.
They've driven it down a bit. It's in a downtrend at the moment. Grandma Lou, Grandma Lou's asking you, Nana, is it a balance limit issue?
No. What's that mean?
I don't know. She just asked that as a question to you. I think she's talking to you. Is it a balance limit?
I have no idea. I don't know what a balance limit is. I guess I have to look that up.
Yeah, I think there might be about it has to be a certain amount for them to give you that access. If it's below a certain amount, they don't grant you that instant usage of that money. I think that is something.
Like a $25,000 account balance limit.
Yeah, something like I don't know what number.
It used to be double that, but it's not now. Now it's way down low, but it's getting better.
Yeah, Grandma Lou is saying, do you have to have so much in your account before you can trade right away? So I think that's what she was meaning.
Yeah.
Seemed like 25,000 used to be the limit anyway.
Yeah, that used to be the limit for more or less you could day trade more.
Yeah.
If you had over 25,000, which I had over double that. So, but now I don't. Price of AMC goes back up, I sure will again.
Well, AMC's at 455, trying to stay above 450, it looks like.
Yeah. Yeah, that little run they had wasn't shit, compared to what we want.
It made for a fun Monday last week, but yeah, it was.
Oh my God, yeah, it was exciting to even wake up and see 13 in the account. It was like, okay, here we go. Hoping that maybe this would be a pretty good start.
Yeah.
But but it shows you just what it can do. You know, what it can do overnight. But I'm looking for the telephone digits. Yeah, I had a doctor's appointment this morning and ran to the bank and got home, but I wanted to, you know, get that money in there so I could trade. But by the time I come home, it was going up. But I still need to figure, okay, it's still cheaper than cost average, so still a good buy, you know, still a great buy. I bought it 50. You think I'm not going to buy now? You know,
It's all a matter of
Yeah,
perspective.
I'm buying.
When it hits $100, how many people are going to say, "Man, I wish I would have bought it at 30. You know, I wished I would have bought it at."
Yeah.
40.
Yeah.
It's all a matter of perspective.
We got to hold a little bit longer. We got to hold another 2 weeks. We got to hold another 2 weeks.
GME's down 6.5%. AMC's up 2%.
Oh man.
SPY is pretty flat for the day.
What's AMC at now?
447.
Okay, Tuffy just got more shares. And he don't even know it. Lucky dog. Yeah, I don't trust them on Mondays. Mondays they jack that price up. Okay, and then Max Payne's still 450 for the week, right? So I think they'll probably try to slam us back down for Friday. Hopefully we can beat Max Payne. So that's my thoughts. I'm hoping I'm wrong. We've been wrong before. We have beat Max Payne. Not too many times, but several times we have. Well, my daughter will be happy. I'm surprising her. I'm picking up her medication for her. And
that's nice.
yeah, she was sick when we were trying to pick up some of her medication. So she said, "I just want to go home," and I'm like, "Okay," because they hadn't even sent it down yet from the office, and got her home. So I'll pick it up for her. And her medical and that isn't through, so it has to. We have to pay cash for it too. So sucks. If she had it, they canceled it. You know, and every time she needs a PET scan. You know, where a PET scan even cost a share is 3,000. A PET scan is 8,000 out of pocket. Yeah. So we have to wait. And by that time, the cancer could be coming back with vengeance again. You know, you can't skip your chemo and all that shit because your medical screwed up. And I just take her to the emergency room when she needs blood. They cannot turn her down.
Yeah.
Because she'll start passing out like she's gonna faint, you know. But she's a trooper. She's a strong kid, you know. And
Gets it from her mama.
we'll get. Oh yeah. Then we're gonna fight this, and she's gonna be back to. Then I guess she'll need kidney surgery or something. I don't know. It's just we'll get through it. We'll get through it. We're tough.
We're still praying for her, Nana. That whole
Huh?
medical,
Oh,
that whole
oh,
medical industry is ridiculous with the prices.
yeah.
Everything, not just the
I
cancer side, just everything in medical. You go to the hospital, it costs you $20,000.
Yeah, well, I'm lucky. I have good medical. I have Humana, the good Humana Gold or something like that, and
Yeah,
it covers a lot. I don't have to worry. I haven't switched it in years, so
that's good.
I know.
$20,000, Danny. That's a bargain.
Well,
I
yeah, yeah. I was being conservative.
I had
Yeah.
a stem cell transplant 4 years ago, and it was over $300,000.
Wow.
Wow. God forbid you need a helicopter.
Well, that I have insurance for, actually.
Uh,
Um, yeah, my first wife, she had cancer and got real sick and real serious, and they were going to need to, or she needed to go to St. Louis. We live about 2 hours south of St. Louis, and went by ambulance to the local hospital here. I followed the ambulance, got there. Next thing I know, there's all these people in leather jackets running around and come in asking questions. I was, what's going on? I said, well, we're getting your wife ready for her life flight to St. Louis. And
Oh my gosh.
and I'm like, okay. And I knew the situation at that point. They'd assessed her and everything. And basically nothing was going to happen. This was like, let's see, this was Saturday night, and she needed to see her doctor that she'd already established in St. Louis, but he wasn't going to be until Monday morning. So it's Saturday night. It's a 2 hour drive, but they're talking about flying her there. And I'm like, is that necessary? I said, at that time we didn't have insurance. I said, what would this cost? And they said, and this is 20 years ago or over 20 years ago. I think that was going to be about a $4,000 helicopter flight. I said, well, we don't have insurance. The doctor's not going to see her. Can we just do an ambulance? Well, yeah, we could do that. And so anyway, at that point, we went ahead and signed up. You can, for like, I don't know, $100-something a year, you can get helicopter insurance. So I've been signed up ever since.
well, I'm parking illegally, so
Oh,
I'm gonna
no.
run in.
I'm not looking. I ain't
Oh yeah,
saying that.
oh yeah. And you know what? I went shopping the other day, and old lady looked at me. I got out of my car, and she yelled over, "This really pisses me off. You're not handicapped." Oh, she's lucky I wasn't in a bad mood, really. I walked over to her. I said, "Ma'am, you cannot judge a book by its cover. Do you know I have lupus? I'm not, the sun is deadly to me. Do you know that I had a stroke and a coma?" I said, "Do you know that I take 3 blood pressure pills a day? Do you know I have fatigue and it's hard for me to do things?" I said, "So don't judge a book by a cover." I said, "And you're lucky you got somebody like me that came over and
Yeah.
didn't." And then she goes, "Oh, I'm sorry." She said, "Can you get a cart for me?" I said, "I sure can, man." And I went and got her a cart. But she was, I said, there's a lot of people. I go, if you look at my daughter, she doesn't look, she wears wigs and stuff to cover her, but you
Uh-huh.
wouldn't know she had stage 4 cancer. She
Yeah.
looks beautiful when she has wigs on and makeup and stuff like that. And you're gonna tell me she can barely walk half the time? I've had to push her in wheelchairs, and you're gonna tell me she's not handicapped, although she doesn't have a sticker, you know? But man,
Yeah.
you gotta watch out for some of these people. Well, I'm gonna
You
run in
know,
and try to get back out so I don't get in
All right,
trouble.
Nana. All right,
yeah,
be
Nana,
safe.
be careful. We'll be talking
I
about
don't need
Danny and
I
food
don't
dollars.
need I don't need any more tickets.
Yeah.
I love you guys.
Take care, Nana.
Go AMC.
You know
Bye,
that
Nana.
Food Dog and Danny, they wear wigs. They role play.
Oh, come on. You son of a.
Well,
Yeah,
yeah, you guys do, huh?
You wore the fill-in bra, huh? You've stuffed a couple of
Yeah.
couple cantaloupes up there.
Who told you that?
Oh,
Damn
yeah.
it.
Do you see that lady? You probably seen her like on Twitter or something. The
Which
big old
lady?
behind, like it's so fake. I don't know how she can walk. She's like waddling.
Pirate back.
Hey, we're talking about butt plugs, and he pops in. What's up, pirate?
Apparently my microphone went down. I didn't even know it. I've been reading numbers and making a brief commentary here and there for some time now. I had no idea that I was
You've been
offline.
gone. You've been gone a long time, pirate. Like even out of Discord, you were signed out. So
Yeah, that's too bad. Sorry about that. These things happen, I guess.
we were
Nothing's changed.
we were speculating power outage.
Well, no, I mean, it's never happened to me before, but I figured out something was wrong because I heard somebody making mention of Nana, and I was like, well, she's not typing a message in here, so how is she communicating that I'm not hearing it? And then my fog-brained, addled mind put two and two together and said, I'm missing something here. And then I went back and refreshed my desktop, and I could hear Danny and the rest of you.
You were really missing because when I first logged in, I was talking bad about you for about 10 minutes.
Oh, that's normal. That's
So in your reading, anything of note, that Cliff Notes? Was it AMC related reading?
no, I was just making. I was just trying to engage with some of the people in chat and more or less fill the dead airspace with some sort of commentary and maybe read off the occasional ticker that I see on coming across some of my screens as in an effort to just fill the dead airspace, NASDAQ and price of gold and what have you. But no,
You were like your own little movie of The Sixth Sense. You were like talking and saying things and thinking that we were responding, and you were really gone.
Yeah.
I see food dogs.
Now I know how KC feels when he does 20 minutes of numbers and finds out that his microphone was muted the entire time.
I saw Garfield yesterday. That wasn't too bad. Those were kids I recommended.
So did you recognize the voice right away as Chris Pratt?
Yeah, sort of. He did a great job.
Casey's back.
What's up, Casey?
I am
back.
back.
The one I recognized right away was Snoop Dogg. Snoop Dogg's in it briefly. So I recognized him right away.
Yeah.
I understand in a more visceral way now, Casey, how you feel when you do the numbers and your microphone was on mute. I was trying to entertain the folks with a little commentary here and there and just my general blather. And I think I went on for a good 40 minutes with my microphone turned off.
So he was gone almost as long as KC.
I feel your pain.
Yeah, there's nothing like having your microphone off and feeling like you're saying something that people are hearing, but nobody's hearing it.
The only time it's good is I'll say a joke and nobody says anything, and then I go, "Oh, good, my microphone was off." Shoot.
Well,
I thought it was just a Danny joke, but
I've been there with him without the microphone.
Danny, Nana, Papa Mac, Johan, and Yucca, which I just realized. Good morning to all of you.
Good morning. Good morning. Nana.
Yucca. Good morning, Casey.
Morning. Good morning, everyone.
Casey, Nana double parked. She ran into the pharmacy real quick. She'll be back.
Yeah.
Oh, that's not good.
And unless she gets towed away because some lady chewed her up for parking there.
Really?
Yeah.
Wait, remind me again what double parking is exactly?
Actually, I think she parked at a handicap spot, and she doesn't have her thing on the mirror, and some lady next to her kind of, but Nana clarified to her why she was doing what she was doing.
But double parking is in, like the one-way streets in New York, and you got the cars that park on the
Stacked
side on the curb.
Okay, yeah,
So,
stacked. to the
yeah, so
side.
if you park next to one of those cars, you're like in the middle of the road, you know. So that's
Yeah.
double park.
So
And
I
people
guess
can't get out, you know.
so. A double
Yeah.
parking in a parking lot would be essentially parking behind cars that were already in parking spaces. I guess, right?
I would assume, yeah.
Essentially.
Yeah. No, but she's in a handicap. I was just joking.
Interesting. Very, very interesting.
Dario says Danny should have his mic off more often. Not that I'm trying to stir it up.
Oh,
but just-
come on,
Oh,
Dario.
man.
Oh man.
Yeah, straight
That's
to the
rough.
heart.
Yeah.
Jeez.
Dario's in a mood today.
I'm safe. I'm safe. I just had to run in and grab a prescription and pay for it.
Awesome.
And it's not like I was a double park behind somebody.
I'll double
So
park
how's
behind
Bruno?
you.
Oh, I love you to park behind me, baby.
Oh man.
Just watch, cause I back up fast.
Ooh.
Get your own stream room.
Sorry,
Wow,
wrong
chicka wow wow.
My goodness.
Chicka wang wang.
And it's only Monday.
How's Bruno, Casey? We're all curious.
So they gave him a clean bill of health. I tell you what, man. Walking into vets anymore feels like you're getting sold something constantly. I don't know about you guys, but I feel like because I walked in, right, and it was the vet technician. It wasn't even the vet themselves, the vet technician. And one of my daughters is a vet tech. She's about ready to graduate high school. Here in Texas, they have programs where you can enter into fields before you even get into the field that it is that you're looking into. And so she was able to be a intern for the last year at a vet. And so I'm gonna have to ask her some questions about this. But essentially, I walked in there, and she just starts going over like all the different things that Bruno. Remember, I just went in 2 weeks ago. And she goes over a whole long list of things that Bruno needs. You know, he needs rubella. I think I said that right. Maybe I said it wrong. Heartworm medication. This other one that for other something or other. There was like 4 different things that they wanted to do, right? And I'm just sitting there going like, okay. And she goes, and we'll waive the fee for the visit if you want to get some of this done today. And so I'm sitting there going like, okay, so essentially you had me come back just so you could sell me on something else. I didn't say that, but I'm thinking it in my head. And they took. I ended up going with the heartworm medication for a year-long thing, but they have to test him first for it. So they had to draw some blood. So they took Bruno. She took Bruno out of the office. The vet never came in, never once. She brought Bruno back in. They drew the blood, and said that the vet had looked at him in the back portion of the place and said that he looks good, but they wanted to put him on a week more of antibiotics just to make sure that he's going to be okay. I guess she still feels like it's just still maybe just slightly healing. And now they want to see me in a week again. So they want to see me in a week because well, first off, the blood work for the heartworm medication has to come through. So now I'm going in again next week. So
do they know that you run a show?
Bring the checkbook.
No,
Do
they
they
don't.
not know that you run a show?
No,
Did
they
you tell them.
I don't.
You're a busy guy.
I don't normally tell people. I don't go around like, hey, guess what? I'm a YouTuber. You know, it's not my favorite thing to do.
Probably obvious with all the people asking for your autograph. They know something's up with you.
Nobody ever asked for my autograph.
I would.
Well, you guys might, but not very many people. In general.
Your autograph, huh?
I don't want you to sign a test.
Nobody's asking for your autograph.
Nobody's asking for my autograph.
See, when you said they
I
split you on
would.
something, I thought you walked out with some warm medication, Casey.
See Casey again in a week.
Yeah, that's what it is. She just wants to see me. That's definitely what's going on.
I know how you feel, Casey. I feel like our dog's medical bills are more than our people medical bills because at least we have insurance, but
yeah,
our dog doesn't.
Well, Melissa was talking about putting him on insurance because her company does provide insurance for pets, and it's getting to the point to where he's up in age enough to where, I guess apparently he's 9.5 years old. I think I told you guys 8.5. He's 9.5 years old, so he's getting up there, and it's starting to become to the point to where it might just be beneficial to have that. What this world, man? This world is crazy. Anyways, he's all right. He's doing good. Nothing wrong. He's doing much better than he was.
Nothing wrong, but you took him to the vet.
I know. Like I said, I almost didn't want to take him because I felt like, what's the point? He looks fine. There's nothing wrong going on. I don't know. It seems kind of stupid. But anyways,
You know, you were gone, and then Pirate was gone. Both of you left at the same time, or something happened with the stream with Pirate, Mike or something. And I overheard that you went to the vet, so I assumed you took Pirate to the vet.
I probably should have put it in the
wasn't
message.
gone. I was here, man. I give 45 minutes of my funniest stuff, man.
We didn't hear
anything. You just didn't get to hear it.
So could you hear us, Pirate? Because I mean, we literally were talking about you for about 10 minutes.
No, and that should have been my first. That should have been my first clue, was that I couldn't hear anyone. But I just thought perhaps because KC was gone, everybody said, "Well, I'm going to get out of here until he gets back." But I thought, I thought on the outside chance there was one or two people willing to put up with my drivel, that I would just keep this train rolling, and I did. I gave it my best shot.
Well, I sat at my workstation and I heard KC saying he had to go and that he was going to leave that big tramp open, and I heard Pirate talking to the phone. I got a phone call from my brother, so I took it and I said, "Oh, you better get off there. I got to help Pirate. He's running the show by himself. I got to get on." I was teasing my brother, saying I need to get on here to help you guys. So I hang up and I'd log into Discord and I look and it's like, Pirate's not in here. I'm like, what the heck? And
I wrote a comedy bit over the weekend. It was some of my best stuff. It was we had I'll save you the details, but we had Taco Bell back to back 2 times in a row.
Oh no!
I wrote this whole comedy sketch about how I was going to bring a legal suit against Taco Bell because I sprained my wrist because I had to wipe so many times, and I had a legal action that I was going to bring forward, and I was also I felt like I had standing, that I had injury to my commode, that it was overused, and I had a whole long thing. I'd read like a draft and I revised it 4 times, and I went through it, and now I'm just all the air is out of my balloon, so I just crumbled it up.
Is this a gummy-induced comedy skit writing session, or were you clear-headed?
On the weekend? No. Most of the time I do it at night. When I'm in bed, I wake up and or I'll think of something. I jot little notes down or whatever. But no, I was lucid, and it seemed incredibly funny to me at the time. And like I said, put a lot of work into it. But the moment has passed now.
Yeah, Taco Bell. I think I had that over the weekend too. It'll mess you up.
Back to back 2 times.
Yeah, that's uncalled for.
Two separate meals. 2 separate meals and close. And
you're young, you can handle that.
Whammy.
But when you get older, it doesn't set right.
Yeah, I had a whole thing. My question to you guys was like, if I was going to incorporate this into my stand-up bit, I had 2 versions, and I wanted Casey to do a poll. Like, one version was I only developed a sprained wrist, so therefore that was going to be the basis of my lawsuit, that injury. But then I did another version where I had tunnel carpal and a sprained wrist, and I didn't know if that was too much detail, and so then that evolved into, instead of tunnel carpal and a sprained wrist, I just went with a sprained wrist, but I had ancillary damages because of the destruction of my commode. So that was like it was a multifaceted lawsuit I was working on. I was really looking forward to having everybody here help me refine that before I took it to open mic night. But
change it to carpal tunnel.
Yeah,
if it's going to be
dismissed. I don't know why, but my ADD is kicking in here, and I feel it the same way. It's like I had to tell you, it's a carpal tunnel, not tunnel carpal.
Oh, you're saying carpal tunnel instead of sprained wrists. You don't want both of them. I thought it would be multiple injuries of sprained wrist and carpal.
No, our OCD was kicking off, and we were sitting there trying to, in our minds, saying it's called carpal tunnel, not tunnel carpal. You said tunnel carpal.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
I
yeah.
got you.
And we were just trying to make sure that if your lawsuit's out there, you don't want it to be incorrect.
Well, I have to run with tunnel carpal now. I mean, that's if I get nothing else out of this conversation, I'm going to go.
What is that? What is tunnel? What is that?
I don't
Tunnel
know.
carpool?
I feel like I'm saying words that don't even make sense anymore. What the hell is tunnel
What is
carpal?
that?
Speaking of carpool,
Yeah, tunnel carpool.
we got a food dog and a funky food dog back here.
Tunnel
Tunnel
carpal.
is somebody
Carpool.
pirate worked on in the middle.
Well, if this thing brings the house down, I'm taking all full credit for it. But if it flops on open mic night, if it just goes completely sideways and it's a big stinker, I'm blaming all of you guys.
Oh,
So
what
this
is
is,
that
I
giving?
can't lose. I can't lose on this one.
A duel.
Hopefully, at
All
least
you
that
had
you're
to do,
Oh, look at that Nana.
So
Nana?
hopefully your stand-up routine plays. You know if your mic is on or off, pirate.
oops, gotta get out of here.
Nana started to say something and then she
You got a fool in there.
might have been yelling at somebody.
Yeah, what's going on here?
You got a fool up in here.
Funky, good morning.
Up
Foo,
in
good
here,
morning.
up in here.
Funky, how's the sleep going these days?
He left.
Not that I should really be asking, but
Fixing his.
Funky.
oh, he left.
You left too?
I called him out. I called him out, and he
I
was
was
like
fixing you,
gone. What'd you say?
We got a wreck in the house.
We got a fool in the house.
Yep, we do.
Good morning. It's still morning.
Oh, listen to your voice.
What's good about it, my brother?
Yeah. Do I have morning voice?
No.
Yeah, the one
No.
Casey liked.
No,
Well, okay.
no. Quack Quack did this morning. He
I
came
heard
in.
you telling, yeah.
Yeah.
And I heard you telling Yucca the other day.
Is that the new thing? Did I make that popular now? The morning voice?
Hopefully not.
Wait, what's the morning voice?
What do you mean?
When you go live straight out of bed, or even from bed, when you just woke up and you still got that kind of a groggy, you haven't stretched out your vocal cords yet. And
Yeah, it was weird. Yesterday morning, I said good morning to my wife, and she said, "You sound like Yuka voice." I'm like, what?
Did you ask? Oh, yeah. I'm not going to go there.
Yeah, I know where you're going.
I tell my wife, put some respect on that name. Yuka.
Put a what? Put the Yuka on that?
Shut your. You son of. Is it a numbers time? What's going on here?
No. We still got some time here. Come on.
Are we live? Are we live? Like.
Yes,
We can do
but
better
apparently
than
we
this.
may be
Guys,
losing the
come on.
live.
Ah,
we might lose it because I need to back out of Discord here for just a minute to see if it improves.
Oh, we're over the
yeah.
weight limit. All right.
I'll be right back.
We
Yeah,
gotta-
I'm getting.
I had to cut out of there real fast because I have a feeling that getting out of that will help to improve my connectivity. Nope. It's still pretty awful, but it's picking up. Yeah, so unfortunately, because of the area that I live in, there's not really much I can do about this, but there is severe internet problems in my neighborhood. First timer says Casey's downloading spicy vids. No, not even close. I wish. If I see, holy crap, it's dropping so many frames. There's no way I can go back into the back of the Discord again at this point, because if I do, it's going to drop out completely and I won't even have a stream up anymore. I should... There was, at one point in time, I tried to look to see if there was a possibility that I could capture a screenshot from my OBS. And this is going to trip you guys out here for just a second, but this is the only way that I know how to show you guys. because you're going to get like a tunnel view here, but perhaps maybe at the bottom of the screen you can see it right down here. These are my kilobytes per second. You can watch it just absolutely just tank and then drive back up again, and the dropped frames that I'm getting right now is just massively bad. It's all over the place. There's nothing I can do about it. My CPU is not overworked. There's just literally nothing I can do about this. All right. Well, we got about 5 more minutes before Pokestick, or not. So what am I saying? That's not Pokestick. Before we have to do numbers. Again, at the current rate that it's at on the stream here, there's no way that can be in the back of the big tramp. If it starts to clear up a little bit, I'll head back there again. But other than that, there's just nothing I can do here. Give me 2 seconds, guys. I'm going to go grab a drink real quick. I'll be right back. Just a regular soft drink. Don't worry. I'm not drinking alcohol. All right. Well, I can see my internet's not getting any better. Yeah, this is messed up. All right, well, I'm going to go ahead and log into my brokerage account, see if I can get these, get started on the numbers here. Before I do, I'm going to remind you guys, 2-factor authentication. You may want to sign up for that for your broker if your broker allows it. When you do sign up for that, it could help prevent somebody from getting into your account. If your broker allows you to also put in a secondary device to be able to receive that access code, probably not a bad idea to set that up, as you never know when something's going to happen to your primary device. Also, there was something that I tweeted out, I think it was yesterday. I want you guys to remember to be very, very careful and diligent about making sure that you are requesting a statement from your broker anytime something changes in your account. And the reason I say that is because there are some people who are having problems. There's been people that have had problems in the past, and I don't think that you should trust your broker necessarily to have your best interests in mind. You should always, it is upon you to make sure that you keep track and records of what it is that you hold. So please make sure that you're downloading that information. At the very least, be taking screenshots of what it is that you hold. I don't know that that would necessarily count in a lawsuit, but you could certainly try. It's better than nothing, I guess. But statements should be really simple to request from your broker. All right, it's close enough to time. I'm going to go ahead and give a run through on the numbers. I'm going to take you guys over to the other page here. I'm not going to be able to see what it is you guys are saying, so hold those personal thoughts. Comments, questions, and concerns until you see the big tramp back up on the screen again. Before I do that, actually, I'm going to check one more thing just to see what's going on here. It does look like they're might be some issues, but I mean, I don't see anything specifically with like AT&T showing up on the list here. I mean, there's definitely some down detecting stuff going on here with Barclays and Rocket League. AT&T's got some elevated numbers, but nothing that's showing up in yellow or red. All right. Let's take a look and see what we got going on here. Let's start with off-exchange volume. Normally by this time of the day, I would expect to see about 62% going through off-exchange and EDGX. We have 58.47% going through off-exchange. EDGX is at 9.98. The combined total in that 68.45%, or about 6.45% more volume going through those exchanges than normal. CHX volume for AMC is coming in at 417. That number I could have sworn was higher earlier this morning. It kind of makes me wonder if maybe I had a bad update or something, because I'm pretty sure it was higher than that number. But it's showing 417 shares going through CHX right now. GME CHX volume is coming in at 22,976. Shares borrowed since earlier this morning. Looks like there's been, let's see here, 253, 550,000 more shares borrowed since earlier. That's going to put us at 1.85 million shares borrowed from IBKR today. Fees are currently showing at 4.09%. Give me 1 second while I move a couple screens around. According to Ortex, before our maybe like 25 minutes, I guess it was, into market open, we had about 7.43 million shares borrowed for the day. That number is now currently at 4.6 million, so it did drop a little bit. That's going to cause the estimated short share interest of the free float to dip a little bit to 15.26. The cost per hour mins at 4.33, average is 7.07, and max 8.6. Shares on loan for the day today is at 88.78 million shares. That's 1.07 million shares less than it was yesterday or Friday. Ortex estimated about 368,000 of that was in closed short interest. Taking a look at options. Highest amount of call volume earlier this morning was at a $5 strike with 9.5 thousand contracts. It's currently still at a $5 strike, and it's now at 29,000 contracts. Highest amount of put volume coming in at a $4 strike. There was 5.4 thousand contracts earlier this morning. It's now 13,000 contracts. The market's suggesting a closing price somewhere between $4 and $5 by the end of the day today. Orders by Fidelity customers, AMC and GME are the only two I'm looking for. GME is in fourth position right now with a 57.46% buy to 42.54% sell ratio. AMC is on the list. We're kind of far down on it. It looks like, let's see, 3, 6, 9, 12, 15, 16th position. So just about halfway down the list out of the top 30. With a 52.23% buy to 47.77% sell ratio, which is way lower than I would like it to be. Both GME and AMC have kind of low buy-sell ratios, which is not what I want to see happening. Usually it's good to get paper hands out of the way, and to see paper hands showing back up again, not really a good thing. MMRI was 288.35 as of an hour ago. It's now 288.73. The spread between the 2-year and 10-year bond rates earlier this morning was 0.392. I'm sorry, it was 0.4. But it was 0.392 when I left for the day. And is now currently at 0.396. Seems like my internet might have cleared up a little bit here. NASDAQ is up 0.67, Dow Jones is up 0.05, and the S&P 500 is up 0.35. We have 3,128 advancers to 2,432 decliners. The market is more advancing than declining currently, and more than it was earlier as well. Four sectors are green for the day today. The top performing sector is technology, followed by industrials. The worst performing sector is financials, followed by consumer discretionary. Of the Mag 7, 6 out of the 7 are green. There are suggestions that Tesla should no longer be included in the 7. Coinbase up 3. Anything that's up for the financial institutions here, anything that's up more or down more than 2.5% is going to get a shout out. Coinbase is up 3.91%. FRC is up 25%. Silvergate is down 3.7%. That's about it. Gold is currently up 0.39 and is starting to consolidate after an uptrend. Silver is up 1.49 and is also starting to consolidate. No, it's trending up still. Trending up. I want to look at this on a bigger picture real quickly here, just because I saw the exploding kitten followed by the inverse head and shoulders, which typically leads into a downwards momentum in price, which is where it was heading around market open time, and then it suddenly had a reversal that kicked in here. I think this is very, very interesting. This is very untypical for this pattern to play out like this. Something was causing this to play out exactly the way it should have played out, which is where price should have moved down and probably even gone back down to like the 29.5 range. And then right around 20 minutes after market open, made a reversal and started heading back up again. So some more money is still flowing. Enough money is flowing into silver to keep this from this pattern from playing out the way that it normally would, which may mean that there's excessive buying in silver going on currently, and which could only mean to me when you see commodities like this rising, that there's going to be an outflow of money in securities. Ethereum Classic is up 1.36, also trending up. US dollar is up 0.14. This one's hard to say. I mean, it's still trending up here. It's trending up. Oil is up 1.28, trending up. Mortgage-backed securities are down anywhere from 0.1 to 0.16 and are trending down. SPY is up 0.31 and starting to consolidate a little bit after trending up. VIX is at 12.27 and very slightly trend up here. It's, futures are suggesting it should be somewhere around 13.53, so still more than a full point below where the futures are suggesting. VTI is up 0.33, slightly trending up still. VB is up 0.35, trending up. Tesla's down 1.84, trending down. Amazon is up 0.12, and I'd call that still trending down. Cinemark is up 0.42 and trending up. Doge is up 1.33, trending up. Bitcoin is up 1.69, trending up. GME is down 12.52, has tripped SSR and is on its way down. HYMC is down 2.92 and is starting. It seems to have found a bottom and is starting to trend back up. NCMI is up 0.3 and consolidating. Hood is up 3.23, trending up. And AMC is up 0.8 but trending down. Inflow versus outflow for the day-to-day on AMC, there's approximately a little bit less than that. $2.8 million more inflow than outflow. 49.52 million shares traded so far for the day-to-day. We're sitting at about 159 minutes worth of trading. We're on a pace right now for about 121.5 million shares traded by the end of the day today. I kind of suggested to you guys I felt we would have lower volume than we had on Friday, which I believe was 91 million shares, if I'm not mistaken. No, 98.1 million shares. And so we're kind of heading that direction. As it stands right now, I'm kind of feeling like we'll be maybe slightly higher than that volume. But it just kind of depends on how, from rate at this point in time until 2 o'clock my time or 2 o'clock or 3 o'clock Eastern plays out. If there's a lot of volume that kicks in towards the end of the day today and maybe even in the middle portion of the day, then perhaps we'll see volume greater than we had on Friday. If the price is going to close red today, I want to see lower volume. If price is going to close green compared to Friday, I want to see higher volume. On a 4-hour chart, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure. Than RSI of 46.05, which is slightly below average. On a 1-hour chart, more selling pressure than buying pressure. Than RSI of 45.69, which is slightly below average. On a 30-minute time interval, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure. Than RSI of 47.86, which is slightly below average. And on a 5-minute time interval, there's currently equal amounts of buying and selling pressure, with an RSI of 43.23, which is slightly below average. So, this is hilarious. This says the meme stock craze pushed off-exchange trading to a record high. I doubt it. We were watching the numbers. We were watching the numbers in contrast to what we've been seeing on AMC, and it was actually low. So while off-exchange volume may have been higher than usual, the actual amount of volume that traded through off-exchange as a percentage was lower. We sat there and watched it together. We had much, much lower numbers of percentage of volume going through there. The only reason that there would have been excessive amount of shares that were traded through lit markets versus off-exchange, or why there may have been more traded through off-exchange than usual, is because the volume was so high. But in terms of as a percentage, it was way lower than normal. All right, that's all I got for you guys. Let me see if my internet's cleared up enough to where I can... Yep, it is. Cleared up plenty fine.
And they're just more efficient. I guess it's been around for a while, but they never used them.
KC.
As soon as I came into the back of the big tramp, my internet went to crap. It was actually looking really, really good again, and now it's like down. It's crap again.
Are you blaming us? Is that what you're saying?
Well,
It's the Discord.
I'm saying it's Discord. I'm not saying it's you.
Okay.
Whatever.
Fine, I'll leave.
Whatever. It's not you guys. It's whatever the bandwidth is that the Discord
Danny.
takes up is taking up too much.
That was like me going. That was like my mic being muted. It still showed before, for the 40 minutes. It still showed. It didn't show me as being muted, and it gave me the green circle when I was speaking that would indicate that I was indeed transmitting. It gave no indication whatsoever if it weren't for me ferreting it out. So obviously there's something going on with Discord today.
Not gonna lie, when I said I was gonna leave, I thought you all in unison were gonna say no.
Right. Well,
I said no.
We were like, thank you, Danny.
You did, Casey.
You said you're leaving?
No.
Bye, Danny.
Danny, I was gonna say that was your best joke yet.
Oh, come on.
Oh.
You son of a...
Damn.
That's messed up.
That's brutal.
Yeah.
Screw you guys. I'm going home. Screw you. Home.
Well, Pirate,
Yeah,
that makes
I was hoping I could strike a deal with Danny where I could take him to open mic night or do comedy stand-up sets if I could get him to go on first, and I could follow him. It would go a long ways towards making me look a lot better.
You might eat your words, Pirate. They might keep clapping so long after I leave that you won't even get to get up.
No, he only he set to a time of only like 1 minute, so that when people start to get up, Pirate comes up on stage and retrieves them all back to their seats.
They start chanting "Bring back Danny" during Pirate's routine. Yeah.
Oh man.
Damn you guys.
Somebody said Tipsy Casey sounds fun.
Yeah.
Sometimes.
The sharks, huh?
Well, you got me thinking earlier because you guys were doing all the Tarple Connell and all that stuff, and you said something like you're making up words, and of course that sent me off into a tangent. And I realized that slart is not a word.
What made you think slart was a word?
A slart.
Shark?
I was thinking, what words aren't words? Because you can type anything into the internet, especially names. You think you come up with a name, and it's been in use since the 1200s or something like that. And you're like, damn. It's so hard to make up a word.
Where did slart come from?
Slart?
You just made it up, like out of nowhere.
The interior of my brain. Yeah.
Oh.
I was gonna say a silent fart, but no, that doesn't make sense. Huh.
No, that's just an SBV. But a slart, and I don't know what a slart would mean, but I was just wondering if it could be something.
Oh man.
The sound a silent fart makes slart.
A slart.
A silent long fart. A slart. Huh.
Glenn wants me to go back.
Thank you for sending me off on a tangent like that.
You're welcome.
I just feel a little bit better that Pirate at least said he was seeing the green thing light up when he talks and stuff, but to go 40 minutes and not realize that was worrying me. But if at least it was acting normal on your end, that makes a little more sense.
You know what? That makes me kind of wonder something now.
You have to know thyself, man. You need to know yourself. And you guys, I've said it many times, I don't give a shit what anybody else has to say. It's all about Pirate all the time, man. I just go on and on and on and on. If I would take the time to listen, I would understand it. I'm all alone here.
I'm gonna back out of the Big Tramp, guys, and reboot Discord and see if it doesn't try to do some kind of update and see if that fixes things. Because sometimes I have found that if you're like behind on updates, it gets sloppy. So let me back out of this and see.
Yeah, Monday. Yeah.
Yeah. Hold on, I'll be back.
Would you like all of us? Do we need to shut down and excuse ourselves as well? Will that be helpful, or do we just remain
No,
as
you guys
as
are
is?
you guys are fine. It should only be on my side. The interesting thing is that I just literally closed it down and it still says that it's going. So that tells me something's definitely going on here.
Oh wow!
All right, so let me hard exit
That's
out.
really smarty.
Yeah, let me hard exit out, and I'll be back in a minute. All right, let's see here. We'll see if we can't fix this, guys. I know it's unbearable on your guys' end. I'm taking you to the other screen here just for a second while I try to update Discord and see if it makes a difference. Checking for updates. Let's see what happens. It's going to say like 18 updates. Oh, it says starting, so maybe there was no updates. Boy, it sure is taking a long time, though. Should be. It seems like the connectivity is a lot better now that I'm off of it, though. K222 Kevin says, Casey question, since Credit Suisse, UBS, and I just got blocked from being able to see what you're writing. Okay. UBS records are closed, sealed for 20 years. Would they? I think you meant would they? Would they have to report their old trades to the CAT system? Kevin, I don't know, man. I don't know in regards to what all those records. I don't know. I wish I could give you an answer. All right, let's see how this works here. I am in back of Discord again, and of course, as soon as I did that, internet sucks again. All right, I'm exiting out of Discord once again. Quit Discord. It seems to me like there's something going on with Discord right now. I just quit Discord and it seems like I'm not dropping as many packets, better connectivity. Kind of, sort of. Maybe not. It's fighting. I don't know. I don't know what to say. Let me see here real quick. I got a dentist appointment in 2 days. Just got a reminder. Seems like this might be like a medical week for me or something. What the heck's going on here? First Bruno, then a dentist visit. 11 a.m. guys. On Wednesday, I have a dentist appointment. So when I go on my normal break, actually I'll be taking my break early so I can go to that dentist appointment on Wednesday, just to kind of throw it out there so you guys know in advance. And then I hadn't heard if anybody had suggested whether or not Roaring Kitty was still posting any new posts. A lot of people felt like the last one might have been that ET one. There has not been any new posts today for that profile. All right. It looks like, for the most part, it does seem like the internet's improved a little bit, but it's still very, very spotty. So unfortunately, I'm probably gonna have to stay unless I want to lose the stream, or if you want it to be, unless we don't want to have it be unwatchable. I'm gonna probably have to stay out of the back of the big tramp until something clears up on my end. I'm gonna call AT&T though. I think on my break and try and see if they will come out and take a look at this, because something's wrong. All right. What do we got to talk about here? I'm probably not going to take like my morning break since I already took Bruno out and did that. So I know normally I'd go to break right now, but I'll go ahead and stick it out until my noonish break. First timer saying, I didn't think historical trades are required. They They may not be. I don't know. Let's pull back a little bit on price movement right now on AMC and just kind of see where this is headed. So one of the things I'm kind of noticing is that we've had, and I'm going to go ahead and call it at least 2 tests of like kind of that 480 range. This is almost a test of it right here. This is actually 477, so it's pretty darn close. If we can get a continuation on price momentum, finding some kind of support off of 379 or 437 rather. If we can get some kind of support in here and find and a continuation of tests of 480, usually it's by the 3rd or 4th test of a certain value that's finding resistance before you get a breakthrough. It does seem that we're kind of following this level of support and resistance from the 30-minute time interval, the wedge that I had drawn out for you guys earlier this morning. We're kind of testing that right now. So if I move this again, like I said, to a 30-minute time interval, you can see that we're just kind of retesting or finding support of that price point there, right? So price out to the top, resisted 480, and then came back down and found support on that same level of resistance from the past. And so what we want to do is we want to try and find some kind of bouncing point off of that level of what's now support and a retest of 480. And if we can get 480 in, it should manage to be able to break above 480. Now, I kind of mentioned to you guys this morning that I felt that we would be seeing price move down today to the 418 range is what I had kind of suggested was more than likely a possibility. By the end of today, 418 would put us dang near the bottom side of this level of support on the bottom side of the wedge. So we may see a little bit of falling in price and a trend towards that. I think there's going to be a push to try and get past this the red line that I've got in here at 437. And that's just simply because synthetic price failures, which is what this was, the typical turnaround points aren't usually 19.5%. They're usually a little bit more than that. So I would expect to see kind of maybe a retest of that. This is why I said 418 down here, a retest of that 418 level. We're putting in a double bottom in before seeing price moving back up again. But I would call this test number 1 of 480, test number 2 of 480. Perhaps tomorrow we'll get test number 3 of 480. And then hopefully after that would be a breakout above 480. Maybe perhaps going into Wednesday. It just depends on how much buying pressure there is at any price below 437. Rot's saying the big tramp ran over the router. No kidding. This really stinks. I thought you guys were giving me good advice by hardwiring my computer in. I thought it was good advice. I thought it was always going to fix my problems, but it didn't. I was telling Hunter about this, and I said my internet speed went down. Sam Cooper, Unisuper's head of architecture, saying, with Google's cloud VMware engine migration to the cloud is streamlined and extremely easy. It's about efficiencies that help us deliver highly competitive fees for our members. The many stakeholders in the service meant service restoration was just about restoring backups, but also processing all the other requests and payments that still need to happen during the 2 weeks of downtime. There's more to be read in this article. I'll let you read it for yourself. I don't want to continue to just read the whole thing, but that is under the tweet that I posted this weekend, which I'll copy a link to and post in the comments section and read that. Trojuler says, is Brian Carpenter stealing Wi-Fi in your basement? If he is, he better knock it off. I don't, probably. Yeah, that's definitely what it is. It's gotta be. Looks like we're getting a lot more outages now. So, besides just the ones that we were seeing from earlier. But again, it's not necessarily AT&T. You can see there's elevated issues going on a lot of places, but nothing that's really peeking into the red zone yet. Pro Julie says, I bet he's got that donkey dating site up. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if this will help you guys or not, but what you could possibly do is watch the stream from 15 minutes ago. And that might help a little bit. I'm not sure if it will or won't. Mega Johnny says, it explains why my Pokemon Go was a little slow. Thanks. You're welcome. And I mean, my wife likes playing that game a lot. You're not the only one. I was surprised. Like, I'm still surprised to this day. Every once in a while, I'll look over and she's playing. Like, I see her like doing something with her finger, doing this little swirly thing, and then pushing the ball forward. And I every time I see it, I go like, wow, I can't believe you're still playing that game. And she goes, yeah. And it's really impressive to me how long it's been running for. But yeah, if we go on a trip anywhere, she's always checking it. But she's been a player since the get-go. Kenny G says BTC is running. It's at 68.1K a coin right now, up 2.13%. Let's take a look at it real quick here. It's hitting a level of resistance at 68.2K a coin. Let me just zoom out just a tad bit just to kind of see what this looks like on a bigger picture. We did not get a breakout in this. Well, we did get a breakout, but it was in a direction that would have been higher than what I would have thought. I thought we would see Bitcoin breaking to the bottom side. It broke out, but it broke out to the top side a little bit after my box in here. And this is actually what I suggested to you we should be seeing on AMC, where we have. Let's see if I go to let's go to 5 on a 5 minute in here. Well, we've kind of got to. Let me get rid of all this junk. Hold on a second. We've got this going on. And so if I were to take this out right here, this is the same kind of ordeal where you have a multiple top on 480 and a lower level of support here, right? So multiple tests of 40, and this is a bullish triangle. Whenever you've got a flat sign on the pattern that you're looking at, that's a bullish triangle, and price should break out going upwards on those. It doesn't always, but more often than not, it's supposed to break out going up. On Bitcoin, that's exactly what's going on here. There was, if I scroll to just this portion of price movement in here, you can see the same thing with this Fibonacci retracement and then this level of rising support. And you can see price was retesting multiple times, 63.5, test, lots of tests in here. 1, 2, 3 tests, and fourth is a breakout. So we're seeing price moving upwards and retesting 68.20. If I scroll out to a longer time frame, let's see if we can figure out where it may be heading to. I would say it's going to be heading back to retest that 72.7 range. Provided this level of support's held on its way up, it's only got 2 more Fibonacci retracements to hit to retest that. Then I would suspect that it's probably going to retrace back down a little bit, maybe half the distance. So maybe come back down and retest like 66, and perhaps maybe complete a cup and handle type pattern. That's what it's currently looking like. Morse code from Kitty Casey. Hold on a second. Are you talking about with the eyes? Or does something new come out again? Yeah, I don't see anything new yet. Big Ray says they'll keep AMC at max pain of 450. So I mean I don't think that's, I mean they're going to try to. I think that there's a very strong chance that we could see some heavy price movement going into next week, like Tuesday. The reason I say Tuesday is because I'm not sure if you're aware of this or not, but there is a 3-day weekend. We have, I guess, what is it, Memorial Day coming up? So I think that going into next week, I think that there's going to be some exceptional price movement. Now, I know there's going to be a lot of things that all kind of fall at the same time. For example, Tuesday also happens to be the time when the CAT system's set up, and we also have a T plus 1 is changing. A lot of different things are all happening at the same time around the 28th. So, but yeah, For this week, probably more than likely. I don't think they can keep it there, though. We've already had 5 days of short exempt volume over 2 million shares a day. That's just massive. And we are seeing some return shares, like we've seen in roughly just a little over 10 million in return shares. But that's nowhere near. We've already got in the short exempt volume that we've had over the last just couple days of trading. We're at. Let me just do some quick math here. Just rough math. Hold on a second. We're like 17.9, almost 18 million shares in short exempt volume over a 3-day period. If I were to add in the 2 more days beyond that, we're looking at 18.6 million shares that somebody's going to have to cough up in the near future. And so far, they've only returned about 10. We've seen about 10 million of it. So somebody's going to get stuck on the bill here for another 8 million shares or more that they're going to have to find between now and a somewhat short period of time. No, Rubber Chicken, it's not just you. My internet is having like super bad. Like normally, I wonder if I should hook this back up. That was not me. That was Bruno, if you just heard it. Bruno's laying right next to me, just totally tooted. So I'll tell you what I'll do. I'm going to hook my Wi-Fi adapter back up and see, because I normally would just change channels in a situation like this, and it would usually clear it up to some extent. And so I'm gonna add my Wi-Fi adapter because I'm hardwired in right now, and see if I can't get this to look or get any better. I'll have to do it after the live stream today. I can't do it right now. Where's the Morse code coming in at? Where are you seeing it? Is it just the TikTok account again? Tank Dog says, Casey, do you think the high volume days are coming to an end for a bit? If I'm right about the suck, squeeze, bang, blow, and that we're in the bang phase right now, if I am correct about that, the rule basically states that volume's going to fall while price remains relatively the same as when we entered into that period of time. So this is where you pull back out to the chart here. You'd take a look at it and you'd say, okay, well, what's going on here with AMC? So when we first had this big jump up in volume here and it spiked in price, the price closed at 519. Us trading at around 450 is relatively pretty close. And if you consider how much the price moved the next day, where we topped out at 1330 and then closed out the day at 685, that's relatively close, right? The relative meaning that percentage-wise, it's not very close, but relatively, when you look at the price difference, it's not that big of a deal. A jump from a close of 519 to 1330 would have been a big deal, right? But volume, for the most part, went up, and you saw just temporarily for that one day, and then you saw price fall back down and close relatively close to where the previous day's closing price was, and then price has come down and has managed to stick very, very close. The closing prices in here have managed to stick very, very close within a very small grouping of price points, and then you're starting to see volume fall day over day. That's the bang period. If we're moving into the blow period, that's where you have the exhaust of everything, of all the price and both price and volume expending large amounts of energy. Like if you view volume and price as like energy, or relate it to energy in driving a piston in a car, you need to exhaust that somehow, right? And to exhaust that, in order for there to be a relief, the price has to move upwards with volume. And that's kind of your release or your reset, because somebody has to buy shares and release the pressure that's been built up over time. So if we were to go back and we were to take a look at GME, if you were to identify like a bang period on GME on here, the bang period would have been this right here. So I'm going to enlarge this quite a bit so you can kind of see what I'm talking about. But your big volume day really starts right here with your big price movement. Closing price this day was 1647. The following day is 1631. The following day after that is actually the same exact price, 1631. The day after that's 1592. And then you have 1801. Now that's a little bit of a significant difference in price, but notice what happens here like 2 or 3 days later. This would be considered the bang period of time right here, and this is the blow. When you have the exhaustion of the energy that occurred during this period of time happening, to where you see these just ultra huge amounts of volume that are exhausted into the marketplace. So both price and volume exhausts showing up. So I'm kind of expecting that on AMC we're seeing something along the lines of something similar to like this right here. Perhaps maybe on AMC going into the future here, where we've got our price, even though we've got this big tall candle in here, the price is all relatively, like if I were to draw a box around the closing prices of these days, literally like all of these days are encompassed inside of this box right here. Even though you've got a large portion that's above it, and you also have a portion that's below it, the price has remained relatively inside this box here, small. And volume started to fall. And again, if we go back to GME, same kind of thing occurred back here. Price remained relatively the same inside this box. Let's see, 1740, 1631. Yeah. So price remained relatively close inside this box here. Volume started to fall inside the box, and then it exhausted. So I'm expecting to see, and the thing is with Bang is you don't really know how long the periods, Suck, Squeeze, Bang, Blow doesn't tell you how long each one of those periods is going to last for. I have no idea. But I would suspect that we're going to see this huge spike in volume again on AMC. And it's going to be because of what happened with price back here. This movement in price right in here, all this price movement from 513 going forward, all of that price movement's going to need a resolution for what occurred during that period of time. It needs to resolve somehow. You can't have volume trading on a stock in the range of like 14 million shares per day suddenly have a huge spike in volume and price without some kind of resolution occurring. Something has to give here because there was so much volume. No, there wasn't just a bunch of people who bought and sold on this. Why? Why do you know that to be the case? Because volume's falling. As price is falling, volume's falling. So people didn't sell during this, they bought. So a resolution needs to occur from this price movement because people held through it. Now, if you saw the price moving down here and you saw volume spiking upwards, then that's a different story, right? Because you have people who are buying in and then selling out. But that's not what happened. You had buying and holding going on. That's going to cause somebody some pressure to have to buy in the future. That's your exhaust. Somebody's going to have to get exhausted. Johan says, wouldn't they like to close those short exempts before the CAS system goes into effect? You would think. Maybe they don't care. Maybe they already have a way figured out on how they're going to get around the CAS system. I have no idea. I wouldn't put it past. I mean, they've had like how long now to prepare for this? They knew it was coming. It's not like it's been a big mystery. Yeah, I'll check it out, Kenny. I'll check it out on my next break. But it's 12 o'clock now. Has my internet cleared up at all? If my internet's cleared up, I'll go back to the back of the Big Tramp after I get done with numbers. But as of right now, it does not look like that's the case. I'm literally jumping from like 0 kilobytes per second to... I have lost over half the frames that my computer's been trying to put out. 63.8% of my frames have been dropped so far for the live stream today. But I'll check that message out when I go to break. Let me take you guys over to the other page here. I'm not going to be able to see what it is you guys are writing, so hold those personal thoughts, comments, questions, and concerns until you see the Big Tramp back up on the screen again. Two-factor authentication, if you haven't signed up for it, you may want to do so, as it could prevent somebody from getting into your account that shouldn't be in your account. When you do sign up for that, if your broker allows you to put in a secondary device to be able to receive that access code, might not be a bad idea to set that up, as you never know when something's going to happen to your primary device. And last but not least, please make sure you're getting either screenshots, at the very least screenshots, or you're getting statements from your of your portfolio from your broker. Anytime your account changes significantly or at all, really, you should get a copy of your statement and save it in your own records, because don't trust your broker. It's a bad mistake to be making. All right, let's take a look at what we got going on here as far as off exchange goes. I would expect by this time of the day to see off exchange be right around 63% going through off exchange and EDGX combined. We have 58.27% going through off exchange. EDGX is at 9.78, the combined total, and that's 68.05% going through those exchanges. That's 5.05% more volume going through there than normal. CHX volume is 776 shares for AMC, not very much. GME CHX volume for the day is coming in at 24,145 shares, nothing unusually large on that. Taking a look at borrow fees. Let's see here. Shares available to borrow. In the last hour, yeah. So it looks to me like there's been about 225,000 more shares borrowed. I rounded down earlier on one of these numbers, so I'm going to round up on this one, and we'll just call it the full 250. So we're looking at 2.1 million shares borrowed so far for the day today. According to Ortex, there's been exactly 2.1 million shares borrowed for the day today. It was 4.6 million as of an hour ago, so those are matching up quite nicely. Estimated short share interest of the free float's at 14.85%. The cost to borrow min's at 4.33, average is 7.06, and max is 8.6. Shares on loan for the day today is at 88.78 million shares. That's 1.07 million shares less on loan today than there was on Friday. Ortex is estimating that about 368,000 of that was in closed short interest. Taking a look at options, highest amount of call volume for the day today has been at a $5 strike. As of an hour ago, there was 29,000 contracts at 5. There's currently 33,000 contracts in volume. On puts, highest amount of puts are a $4 strike. There was 13,000 contracts an hour ago, now 16.1. The market is suggesting a closing price between $4 and $5 by the end of the day today. Orders by Fidelity customers, GME's number 2 on the list here with a 59.43% buy to 40.57% sell ratio. 60-40 is what I'd like to see or better. It's on the hairy edge of almost making that. Amazon... Or not Amazon, what am I saying? AMC was about 16th position on the list here earlier this morning. It's currently in... Hold on a second here. I can't count. 3, 6, 9, 12, 15, 16. We slipped a spot, it looks like, to 17th. We have a 52.86% buy to 47.14% sell ratio. So not a very good buy-sell ratio on AMC for the day today. I'm kind of disappointed in that. We've had a much better buy-sell ratio the entire time until today, which is unusual. It's usually in the beginning stages of seeing price movement that you tend to see more paper hands than later. Currently, we have MMRI. I guess MMRI an hour. What is going on with my page here? MMRI an hour ago was 288.73. It's now 288.35. Yep. Beautiful. No internet. Stellar. Love this. The spread between the 2-year and 10-year bond rates as of an hour ago was 0.396. It's currently 0.4. That's where we started out the day, was 0.4. Just absolutely miraculous, the internet speeds that I break. They suck butt. Let's see here. NASDAQ is up 0.81. Dow Jones is down 0.06. S&P 500 is up 0.35. We have 3,035 advancers to 2,596 decliners. Market is less advancing this hour than it was an hour ago. Sectors that are doing well for the day-to-day, I'm assuming this is accurate information right now. It's not updating fast enough for me to really tell, but technology is up 1.32%, and industrials are up 0.45%. The worst performing sector for the day-to-day is financials, followed by energy. Of the Mag 7, 4 out of the 7 are green. Financial institutions that have changed more than 2.5% will get a shout out. Coinbase is up 3.2%. FRC is up 25%. Silvergate is down 7.41%. That's it. Gold is up 0.58, trending up. Silver's up 1.62 at 32 and trending up. Ethereum Classic is up 1.34, trending up. US dollar is up 0.09, consolidating. Take that back, trending up. Oil is up 0.68. Slightly trending down. Mortgage-backed securities are down anywhere from 0.09 to 0.14. Consolidating. SPY is up 0.32. Seems to have found a bottom at 530.64 and started trending up off that bottom. VIX is currently up 2.67% at 12.31. It does appear to be trending up still for this portion of the day today. The futures are suggesting it should be trading around 1353, which is still more than a full point above where it's at. VTI is up 0.33. This is horrific. Trending slightly up. VB is up 0.25. Consolidating. Tesla is down 1.42. Trending up. Amazon is down 0.22. Trending down. Cinemark is up 0.23. It was on an uptrend and appears to be breaking into a downtrend. Doge is up 0.82. Trending up. Bitcoin is up 2.24. Trending up. GME is down 11.86. Consolidating after a trend down. HYMC is up down 3.62. And is consolidating after a downtrend. NCMI is down 0.61. Consolidating. Hood is up 1.99. Consolidating. AMC is up 0.75 and consolidating after a slight downtrend. Inflow versus outflow for the day today, there's approximately $4.1 million more inflow than outflow. 56.59 million shares traded so far. After 221 minutes worth of trading, we're currently on a pace for about 99.86 million shares traded by the end of the day today. In pre-market, I suggested somewhere between 70 to 100 million, and I also suggested that we would see a little bit less volume than what I suspected that we would see from Friday, which was 98.1. Now that's starting to look very strongly like that's going to be a possibility. On a 4-hour chart, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 45.89, which is slightly below average. On a 1-hour chart, more selling pressure than buying. No. More selling pressure than buying pressure, just barely, with an RSI of 45.34, which is slightly below average. On a 30-minute time interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure. Strike that because it's so slow to update. More buying pressure than selling pressure, what appears to be a current divergence of the vortex indicator happening. RSI is at 47.45, which is slightly below average. And on a 5-minute interval, we have currently more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 44.83, which is slightly below average. And with that, I am going to go take a break and call AT&T and bitch at them because it's ridiculous. I should be able to be hardwired into my router and get connection speeds that I'm supposed to be paying for. And this is stupidness. All right, I'm gonna let this just run. Music in the background because I don't even know if I can support a stream with music playing at this point. So I'm gonna put the message up on the screen.